They've blown out San Francisco. Last week it was Miami. So what do we really expect out of a team that's down 7-8 starters inactive, resting today?
You expect a team that wants to be champions at the end of the year. And I think when you have that kind of mentality and that's your goals, you want to put a certain product on field every single chance you go out there. And I think this team is obviously built from Lamar Jackson down, but I think they believe they're that team this year. They know everybody's talking about 2019 when they had the number 1 seed and they had a bye week and all of that nonsense. They want to prove that no matter who's out there, we're going to go out there and play winning football. So I look for a team that says, hey, we own the AFC North, and we want to show you guys again by beating you because you beat us earlier this year.
They are handing out a copy of the Baltimore Sun's front page that says AFC's best all around the stadium. Can they prove it again today with a 14th win? Let's check the weather report. It's sponsored by Prize Picks. Make this game even more exciting with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Sign up now and make your picks right up to the fourth quarter. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions. It is a balmy 37 degrees on this January the 6th, and buckets of rain, although that rain may pass by the time we hit the second half. Much more to come here in Baltimore as we approach kickoff between the Ravens and the Steelers. But when we return, Scott Graham joins us from our Westwood One studios. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, not this song again.
Hello, Sarah. Real quick, if you had to choose, would you listen to elevator music all day or deal with payroll compliance?
Oh, payroll compliance for sure.
Wait, really?
Staying compliant is so much easier with Gusto. Gusto automatically calculates my taxes and files with all the right agencies for me.
That actually sounds great.
Hold up. Can Gusto help my small business with compliance too?
Of course they can.
Choose payroll compliance without the ups and downs. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Tests are a necessary part of life. They evaluate our ability to handle the things life throws at us. Our floors go through tests, too. Pets, kids, spills, scratches, you name it, our floors deal with it. That's where LifeProof flooring comes in. Available in a wide variety of colors and styles for all areas of your home. Whether it's premium pet-proof carpet, waterproof and scratch-resistant vinyl plank, or even outdoor turf, all LifeProof flooring is designed to endure life's toughest tests. Available at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
When it comes to buying Continental winter tires at the guaranteed lowest price, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. Plus, when it comes to getting more free services, when you buy Continental winter tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So, for the best deal on Continental tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brand best discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Hi everyone, welcome to our Westwood One studios for a special Week 18 doubleheader with playoff implications galore. I'm Scott Graham, and coming up later on tonight, we've got a true virtual playoff game inside the regular season schedule as the Indianapolis Colts host the Houston Texans. The winner of that one punches their ticket to the postseason and keeps the dream of a division title and home game alive into the afternoon slate tomorrow. The loser of tonight's game heads home. But we begin with Game 1 in Baltimore. The Ravens have already wrapped up the number 1 seed in the AFC, so the road to Super Bowl 58 will run through Charm City. Baltimore got here despite a slew of injuries, largely due to their quarterback and an active defense that's grown throughout the season. Ravens lead the NFL in takeaways, sacks, and scoring defense. Since the merger back in 1970, no team has finished the season leading the league in all three categories. Ravens safety Geno Stone has 7 of those takeaways via interception, the second highest total in the league. I asked him this week about gearing up for a game that would appear to have little meaning for his team.
We're going in to take the game that we want to win still. You know, you don't want to take the field that you're going out there just because it's, every time you get to take the field on an NFL field is an opportunity. We're taking this week as we want to win still. That's always the reason why we take the field. And, it's one of the greatest rivalries in football. So, you're going to get their best shot because they still have a chance to make the playoffs. So, we have goals over here that we still want to finish the season out with. So that's what we plan on doing.
When you look at them on film, some things have changed now, certainly at the quarterback position since the last time you saw them. What are you seeing right now as you watch this team getting ready for this one?
No, I just see a team as, they're playing together. It's their run game that's really got them going right now. Najee and Warren's running the ball really well. And George Pickett's making the best of his opportunities, and, Deontay Johnson is one of the best route runners in the league. So, them guys are just doing it well right now. I feel like their game plan is probably more simple for them, so they're just going out there executing on a smart play call sheet.
You grew up a Steelers fan?
No, I haven't. I grew up in Steelers country. My whole family and a bunch of all my friends are Steelers fans, so I hear a lot about it every day.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be pretty much illegal if you're wearing a Ravens jersey. That you got to distance yourself from that as much as possible, don't you?
Yeah, it's just funny. Every time I'm back home, people always be like, I can't root for your team, but I'll root for you. So they're like, I hope you have the best game ever, but you lose. So I'm playing for bragging rights this week as well.
You had a period of time there before your first pick this year, where I think it was 2 years since you had a pick. And how much of that is circumstance? How much of that is being right place, right time kind of thing, because it goes from not having one for a couple of years to being second in the National Football League in that category right now.
Yeah, I gotta give a lot of credit to my teammates and coaches. They help me get ready each week, and especially this year. I think the rest comes with experience. Me getting opportunities as well. This is my first year where I had a lot more opportunity to be able to play. So I'm just taking advantage of the opportunity, and, the ball is kind of going my way right now. I'm happy for that, and I hope it keeps continuing. So, I'm just keep taking advantage of all the opportunities I get.
For many years, the Ravens' calling card was the defense. And, then Lamar gets there, and the focus of what people are looking at on this team kind of changes. How much have you guys gotten back to being the type of defense that you want to be this year?
I feel like we've been showing all year. I mean, every year we come in here, we saying we want to be the number one defense in the National Football League, and we have years where we have chances, and then now it's all starting to click with takeaways and our rushing coverage working together, and we got a great offense where Lamar's keeping other defense on the field for a while, so we're getting the rest we can as a defense, and so we're fresh when we get back out there.
Here you are, end regular season. You don't want to turn your mind toward what this season can be yet, but there's going to come a time where that headspace is going to be there, where you're going to say to yourself, all right, we have a chance to do something special here. When do you allow yourself to feel, okay, next step here, is that before you play the first playoff game?
I mean, I feel like we kind of have that mentality now. We know what we got here. We let it be known every day how special this group is, and we don't want to waste no opportunities of what we got. Every day we go to work, we're making sure we're maximizing all of our opportunities, and it's no secret around here, so we want to go out there and be great, and we try to go 1-0 each week.
Getting this part right is tricky. The Ravens haven't advanced beyond the divisional round since 2012 when they won Super Bowl 47. Who plays and how much before a playoff bye week is something to keep an eye on today. Steelers, of course, have all hands on deck. When we return, we'll talk with a cornerstone of the Pittsburgh defense, Cam Hayward. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Imagine having all the money you need for retirement, all the income, every month, guaranteed. That's Secure Future Investor. Secure Future utilizes an indexed annuity tied to growth in the U.S. stock market, but without any risk of loss ever. That's right. No matter what happens in the market, your investment can never decline. Down years, you're insured against any losses. Boom years, your retirement account grows exponentially to increase your worth. Whether the market is up or down, Secure Future Investor can set you up with guaranteed money for life income. It's the difference between thinking you have enough money to retire and knowing you're getting that retirement check every single month for the rest of your life, no matter how long you live. Over 40 years old? Call now. 888-509-2228. 888-509-2228. Sponsored by GP Agency, Inc., Raleigh, North Carolina. Licensed in all states. Performance may vary. Consult with your financial professional before making an investment decision.
Welcome back to our special Saturday doubleheader coverage here on Westwood One. For the Pittsburgh Steelers, today is already the playoffs, but with no guarantee that their season is going to continue, even with a win. They would need help from Tennessee, Miami, and maybe even Denver tomorrow. For now, Mike Tomlin's team settles into familiar territory. In his time as head coach, the Steelers have played one so-called meaningless game back in 2012. Cam Hayward has been there for 13 seasons now, and despite missing 7 games with a groin injury this year, he's still chasing something he's never had, a Super Bowl ring. I asked him this week about another season in the Steel City that's coming right down to the wire.
I definitely think we're prepared for it. There's not a lot of football that doesn't matter around here, and I think it's staying in for 17, 18 weeks plus and having a shot to, qualify for the playoffs. That's the ultimate goal. And then, from there, you try to win a Super Bowl.
When you take a look at this season, it's been a little bit of a roller coaster. And one of the things that's happening right now is your offense is putting up points. How much pressure does that take off as a defense? Because you've got maybe a little bit more margin for error.
I think it doesn't alleviate the pressure, but I think when you can have complementary football, it allows you to have confidence in what's going forward. It allows you to know, if we do mess up, our offense can, go down and score a touchdown, or if we can get out the field quicker, our offense can go up more points, and it allows us to pin our ears back. So it's more of just we complement each other, we go out there, and we're not affected by one play here and there. We can go out there and play a complete game.
Different type of game because the opponent you're playing is obviously one that you know very well. They don't have anything to play for with regard to the postseason, but we all know what the mentality is like with the Baltimore Ravens. So do you get ready for this game thinking, okay, we're getting the starters, we're getting what we expect to get out of the Ravens?
Yes. I go in this game thinking we got to be at our best because we're going to get them at their best. If they choose to sit people out, that's their prerogative, but I'd rather be over-prepared and ready to go rather than worried about who's going to play, who's not. We're going to get their best shot. They want to kick us out and not make sure we have a chance at these playoffs. So it's up for us to, really do our job going forward.
When you're in the position that you're in and you're playing with a guy who has come into his own like T.J. Watt has, I'm going to guess that getting a close-up view and being right there with it is a different perspective than we have watching it from the outside. What is it that makes him so special?
I've got to see TJ's growth throughout every year. The thing that separates him, he's just a complete player. He's a student of the game that truly looks for every aspect of this game. There's not a stone that isn't turned over to win a game. And most people don't get to see that side of him. They only get to see the ending results. But the way he prepares, the way he's fully in tune, it's a joy to see.
You have been a Steeler for life, and that's increasingly a rarity in sports. It's increasingly a rarity in the National Football League. How important was that to you that this was home and always has been and always will be?
This has been home, and I've appreciated this being home. My family's here. I've grown here on and off the field. And, this city, it's truly been the best place for me. I don't take that for granted. It's an honor to be able to put on the black and gold. As of right now, I am a Steeler for life, and I would like to keep it that way. But, we'll see what happens.
Will Cam Hayward be back next year? He's the Steelers' Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee 3 seasons running, and he's a pillar of the Pittsburgh community. But it would be season 14, and there are money issues to consider. That's a question for later. Now it's about surviving and trying to advance. How'd you do in your fantasy playoffs? Still going on or playing DFS in Week 18? Michael Fabiano joins us next to tell you which players you should be writing this week. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Pete after Portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Are you the type of person who always expects a little more out of life? Then it might be time for the 2024 Kia Telluride X Pro. With its gloss black grille and amber headlights, this SUV is stylish enough to stand out in any setting. With its high-end tech and surround view monitor, it's equipped to make your life easier in all different ways. With seating for 7 people and second-row captain's chairs, it's comfortable enough to have you always dreaming of your next excursion. And with its impressive ground clearance, upgraded traction control system, and all-terrain tires, it's rugged and capable enough that the trip doesn't have to end when the pavement does. With all of these premium features and more, there's no doubt the Telluride X Pro can take you beyond your expectations. And beyond that, the 2024 Kia Telluride X Pro. Welcome to a new elevation. To learn more, visit kia.com/Telluride today. Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back to our special Saturday NFL doubleheader on Westwood One. I'm Scott Graham, and it's time for our weekly fantasy football preview with Sports Illustrated senior fantasy analyst Michael Fabiano, sponsored by Prize Picks. With the Prize Picks sports app, you could be making your picks right up to the fourth quarter. Join the 7 million Prize Picks fans today. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions. Mike, how are you?
I am good, my friend. Looking forward to the big games today.
They are huge games, and in terms of fantasy, we're not talking as much now about fantasy as most of your leagues, unless you really want a heck of a degree of difficulty, wrapped up last week.
Yeah, no question about that. Most people already done. There's still a percentage of people who play into Week 18, plus you have Prize Picks and DFS, so we're going to talk about all of that. And the problem in Week 18, of course, Scott, is a lot of these teams are going to be resting their players, much like we're going to see with Baltimore. So it's going to be really hard to decipher who to play, who not to play. One guy that I do like is Melvin Gordon. He's only $4,800 in DFS, and I think he'll probably shoulder most of the workload for Baltimore against Pittsburgh. George Pickens, I like him for more than 3.5 catches in this game. Jaylen Warren, I like him for more than 21.5 receiving yards. Difficult to decipher because Baltimore is going to be sitting players not only on the offensive side, but also on the defensive side as well.
Nobody's sitting in game 2, so who do you like there?
This is going to be a fantasy extravaganza for me. I love C.J. Stroud at $7,300. I also like him to go for more than 263.4 passing yards. The last time he played the Colts, he had over 20 fantasy points. Devin Singletary's got statistical incentives that he can reach in this game. I like him at $6,000 in DFS. And if you're looking for some bargains in DFS, John Mechie at $3,000 and Kylan Granson at $2,900 might be worth your while. If you get those guys in your lineup, you could get some more of those expensive players like the Pittmans and Collins of the world.
Mike, it is a pleasure as always. We'll talk to you soon.
The pleasure is mine. Take care.
We're working our way toward kickoff between the Steelers and the Ravens. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand, call Consolidated Credit now. If you're making the minimum payments, but your balance is just not going down, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it will take years to get out of debt, call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 5 million people. They can consolidate your debts into one lower payment, reduce your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. If you're struggling with credit card debt, call Consolidated Credit now.
Call now, 800-552-6750. That's 800-552-6750. 800-552-6750.
Consolidated Credit Counseling Services Incorporated, 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33313. Not a loan company licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Maryland DM19, Oregon DM 80031. Licensed by Virginia State Corporation. Commission license number DC 32. Establishment of a plan may adversely affect the individual's credit rating or credit scores. Non-payment of debt may lead creditors to increase financial charges or collections activity, including litigation.
Welcome back to the NFL on Westwood One. It's time for another memorable moment in football history. Sponsored by Kohl's.
The clock at 1:30 and winding. Steelers down 2. Trying to get into at least field goal range. Here's a shotgun snap blitz. He's back. He throws it down the near sideline. Pickens has it! Pittsburgh Steelers touchdown! Pickens to Pickens, 41 yards, and you have to be here.
It's a go route and go he did. That's as sweet as my Aunt Nellie's blueberry pie, baby.
Bill Hillgrove, Craig Wolfley on 102.5 WDVE and the Steelers Radio Network. Not sure about Aunt Nellie's blueberry pie, but anytime you can knock off your bitter division rival, it's always going to taste a little sweeter. This was the case when George Pickens' touchdown gave the Steelers a late lead that they wouldn't relinquish in their 17-10 victory over the Ravens back in Week 5 this season. Pittsburgh also blocked a punt for a safety, and Baltimore couldn't overcome a season-high 3 turnovers. They fell to 3-2, while the Steelers improved their record to 3-2. But since that game, the Ravens have reeled off 10 wins in their last 11 games to clinch the division and the top overall seed of the AFC playoffs. Meanwhile, Pittsburgh's been inconsistent, going 6-5 down the stretch. Now their postseason hopes rest on Week 18 outcomes. That's today's memorable moment in football history, sponsored by Kohl's. It's a new season at Kohl's. Find fresh, everyday styles for you and your home at great prices. Shop Kohl's and Kohls.com today. Scott Graham, where it's warm inside of our studios, cold and rainy day in Baltimore. I'll be back with you at halftime, and I talked with one of the clubhouse leaders for Coach of the Year in the National Football League, the Houston Texans' DeMeco Ryans. But up next, we'll rejoin Mike Watts and Devin McCourty in Baltimore for the keys to the game. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have, because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Don't miss out on limited-time appliance deals during the closeout event at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $100 when you spend $999 or more on all major appliances. Hurry, these deals are too good to last long. Shop in-store or online today, because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid 1/4 through 1/24. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for details.
Are you the type of person who always expects a little more out of life? Then it might be time for the 2024 Kia Telluride X Pro. With its gloss black grille and amber headlights, this SUV is stylish enough to stand out in any setting. With its high-end tech and surround view monitor, it's equipped to make your life easier in all different ways. With seating for 7 people and second-row captain's chairs, it's comfortable enough to have you always dreaming of your next excursion. And with its impressive ground clearance, upgraded traction control system, and all-terrain tires, it's rugged and capable enough that the trip doesn't have to end when the pavement does. With all of these premium features and more, there's no doubt the Telluride X Pro can take you beyond your expectations. And beyond that, the 2024 Kia Telluride X Pro. Welcome to a new elevation. To learn more, visit kia.com/Telluride today. Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back to M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore, Maryland, as we close in on kickoff between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the number 1 seed Baltimore Ravens. In an AFC North matchup, it is dreary, it is cold, it is rainy, and still we close in on what's a monumental game for the Steelers and one in which Baltimore has already wrapped up the number 1 seed. With Devin McCourty, Mike Watts, let's start with the Steelers. As we think about keys for them, they need a win and some help to get into the postseason. Their offense seemingly resuscitated, their defense resilient, down key starters. Keys for the Steelers to put some pressure on the rest of the AFC field today.
The first and most important, be the bully. Go run the football, own the line of scrimmage, go be that team. Second, playmakers, you got to make plays. Big-time moments, you need to show up. Those guys, George Pickens, Freiermuth, make plays. And then T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith, you might not get many pass rush opportunities. When you get them, make them count.
Now you say that being a bully is a good thing. Mike Tomlin said styles make fights. You can expect that because this home team is always spoiling a fight, whether they have a lot to play for or simply trying to get out of Week 18 healthy. No Lamar Jackson. The Ravens are going to start Tyler Huntley. They're down a handful of other key contributors. If they're to pick up a win here, get their franchise record-tying 14th win of the season, how do they do it?
The first thing, you already said it. Get out of this game healthy. That's the number 1 thing. The second thing is, let's have a good operation. Yeah, there's no Lamar Jackson, different starters. Let's make the football team look good. And Huntley, go be you. He said, I just got to do what I do. So go do what you do, Snoop Huntley.
He's here to try and seize the moment. Now, Devin, you played in New England, and you love snowy, cold games, right? How about rainy and cold?
That's why I'm up here with you, Mike. I don't want to be a part of this.
So Pittsburgh trying to keep their playoff hopes alive at 9-7, but 4-1 in the AFC North. They are in Baltimore to take on the Ravens, who have 7 wins against teams with winning records at the moment. That's the most in the NFL. Last 7 meetings have been one-possession games. It's meeting number 60 as the opening kickoff between the Steelers and the Ravens is coming up. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Wager at BetMGM to earn BetMGM rewards points that can be redeemed for online credits. You can also redeem your points at MGM resorts nationwide. Play, earn, and enjoy with BetMGM rewards. Please gamble responsibly. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. New and existing customer offer. All promotions subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets. Bonus bets expire in 7 days from issuance. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. U.S. promotional offers not available in D.C., Mississippi, New York, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Massachusetts, call 1-800-327-5050. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Iowa, call 1-800-BETS-OFF. 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help in Michigan. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Rain fluttering to the ground. The lights are on at M&T Bank Stadium on the harbor in Baltimore, Maryland. It is the Ravens and the Steelers, game 1 of our NFL Saturday doubleheader. And with Devin McCourty and our entire Westwood One crew, Mike Watts on hand. Coin toss just took place in midfield. Notably, Kenny Pickett was among the Steeler captains. However, he will be the backup today. And it'll be Mason Rudolph starting with the football as Baltimore won the toss and elected to defer. The wind on the flags is difficult to try and figure out because they are so wet that they're basically wrapped around the uprights, but the flags above the stadium show it right to left on your radio dial. The Ravens in purple tops, white pants, purple stripe down the outside of the pant leg, and the Baltimore Raven helmet will kick off left to right. The Steelers are in white with gold pants and black numerals as Godwin Igwebuike stands back at his goal line preparing to return for the Steelers. The Steelers are not eliminated with a loss, but a win gives them a much greater chance of making the postseason. The Ravens are the number 1 seed in the AFC, looking for their 14th win of the year. Justin Tucker into the football, kicks off left to right, and it bounces 3 yards into the end zone to the right of Igwebuike, who threw his arms out and says, no, I'll take that first hit a little bit later. So the Steelers, beneficiary of a touchback, will start with the football. Mason Rudolph, 28 years old, makes his 3rd start. 6th-year quarterback out of Oklahoma State. 2-0 in his 2 starts. 567 yards, couple touchdowns, and Devin no picks. Totally different Steeler offense.
It is, and he throws the ball down the field. I don't know if we'll see a lot of that today, but he's been a fun watch for Steelers fans.
Goes under center, motions Hayward behind him, a handoff, Najee Harris, pops out of his hands, and he's able to catch it on the fly and fall forward over the line of scrimmage to the 27. Did I mention it's raining, Devin?
One of the biggest things in games like this, turnovers, footing, and the kicking game. You saw early Tucker's ball. It didn't turn over to the normal way, but when the weather's like this, you have to protect the ball. No one hit Najee Harris, and the ball popped in the air, so we'll have to keep an eye on that all day.
Rudolph in the gun off the left hash, 2nd down and 8 from the 27 of the Steelers. 2 receivers to the left, 1 on the near hash right. Getting the football, quick throw out of the backfield, that's caught, rushing forward, Harris, 30s, upended at the 33, leans forward into the sideline at the 34-yard line where Rock Yassin makes the tackle. A gain of 7, 3rd down and 1.
A nice start for Rudolph to just get him going. He throws a screen pass right at the line of scrimmage to Najee Harris on the right side. He picks up some yards. Again, Najee Harris doing what he does, jumping over people. But a good run and a good start, I think, for the passing game. Not too much pressure on Rudolph.
Steelers 24th in the NFL on third down, 36%. Ravens 6th in the NFL defending third down, 36%. Empty backfield for Rudolph. Warren comes in at wide receiver. Getting the football, Rudolph flips the ball in his hands, throws up the middle. That's caught, spinning free Johnson at the 40. And he spins down to the ground on the near side numbers with a first down. Phillips, the linebacker on the coverage. It's a gain of about 7 out to the 41.
Rudolph did a good job right there. Had to be patient. The Ravens drop into a zone defense, and he threads the needle between two Ravens defenders and hits Johnson for the first down. But you can see right there, he put some zip on the ball, but not a lot. You have to throw a catchable ball in this weather.
Rudolph goes under center. 2 minutes gone. 1st and 10 Pittsburgh at their own 41, opening drive of the game. Hayward a wing to the left, an audible at the line of scrimmage, looking at 3 down linemen and 3 potential pass rushers. Gets the ball, throw to the left on a toss. Caught after a bobble by Warren, and he's hit at the line of scrimmage outside the numbers and brought down at the 41. Jones and Phillips got there. That is both a handoff early to Harrison, now a toss sweep gone nearly horribly wrong, but he's able to recover.
Mike, I don't know if we were going to predict one of the 2 worst ball handling plays in the first 4 games have been on run plays, not the pass plays. They've executed the pass plays. I think they're taking their time, looking the ball in. But those 2 running plays, they got to be careful. Turnover right now would hurt them.
These are the top 2 turnover margin teams in the NFL. Motion across the formation is Robinson. He comes back to the near side left. Rudolph gets the ball. Quick wide receiver screen. Caught Johnson 40. Steps back inside 45. And he's short of the midfield marker out to the 47-yard line. That's Phillips, who's going to see a lot of time if Smith and Queen don't play all that much, the Pro Bowl linebackers. Pittsburgh back to the line, 3rd and 4th from their own 47.
Good stop by Baltimore. It's a fast defense, so when you throw the ball horizontally, they usually get there in a hurry.
From the Ravens midfield logo, it's Rudolph getting the ball, back to throw, throws over the middle, nearly intercepted. Ball went through the hands of Marcus Williams, the safety, and falls incomplete. Rudolph walking solemnly off the field. It's 4th down.
Marcus Williams is going to want that one back. Does a good job from his safety position, just reading Rudolph and jumps right in front of Robinson and has a chance to intercept this ball, but right through his hands in this wet weather.
Presley Harbin on the punt. On the far hash from his own 32, catches, drops the tip, and hits a high sidewinding punt. Wallace comes forward, calls a fair catch, and grabs it between the hash marks at the 19-yard line. It is an inside 20, but only a 33-yard punt, no return. We are scoreless with 11:37 to play in the first quarter. Tyler Huntley and the Ravens offense set to take the field. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Hey, you're up next. My throat hurts so bad. There's no way I can sing tonight.
Here, try these.
Vicks VapoCool Drops.
Yeah, Vicks VapoCool Drops has maximum strength menthol with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Ooh, I can already feel it.
I told you. So, you ready?
I'm ready.
Please welcome to the stage.
Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks VapoCool Drops.
So you're in the middle of a kitchen update, and you can't tell if that's a faucet stem or a flange. With the Home Depot app, doing doesn't miss a beat. It'll find what you need in a snap, and it'll show you how to find it in store with a tap. Or get it delivered free. For doing that doesn't stop, download the Home Depot app. It's made for doing.
Are you the type of person who always expects a little more out of life? Then it might be time for the 2024 Kia Telluride X Pro. With its gloss black grille and amber headlights, this SUV is stylish enough to stand out in any setting. With its high-end tech and surround view monitor, it's equipped to make your life easier in all different ways. With seating for 7 people and second-row captain's chairs, it's comfortable enough to have you always dreaming of your next excursion. And with its impressive ground clearance, upgraded traction control system, and all-terrain tires, it's rugged and capable enough that the trip doesn't have to end when the pavement does. With all of these premium features and more, there's no doubt the Telluride X Pro can take you beyond your expectations. And beyond that, the 2024 Kia Telluride X Pro. Welcome to a new elevation. To learn more, visit kia.com/Telluride today. Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back to the Grainger broadcast booth in Baltimore, along with the three-time Super Bowl champion Devin McCourty. I'm Mike Watts. Tackle your to-do list with Grainger. From locker rooms to plant floors, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. 11:37 to play in the first quarter. The Steelers on their first drive got a first down, but nothing more off the punt. The Ravens at their own 19 start first down and 10 with Gus Edwards alongside Tyler Huntley making his 9th career regular season start. A plate fake to Edwards. Now Huntley's going to run left. He gets to the line of scrimmage, darts horizontally, and goes down on the far side, number 20 at the 21-yard line. Hayward and Highsmith in on the stop. It's a gain of 2.
Baltimore comes out early with a little play-action play, and Snoop Huntley, smart decision. He looks out there. Pittsburgh has it all covered up, and he says, you know what, I'll just get what I can get. Gets 2 yards and gets down, playing smart and protecting the football.
Huntley this year 6 for 9 throwing, 2 passing touchdowns. Started 4 games last year. He's in the gun, catches a snap on the number, throws near side. That's caught, and Kohler gets knocked backwards at the 25. And the tight end is grounded at the 24. Eric Rowe, the former Patriot, Dolphin, and Panther, makes the tackle, elevated off the practice squad.
You see what this game's probably going to look like today. Pittsburgh drops back to his zone. Baltimore throws a quick pass. Huntley throws it right into Kohler. Pick up a good amount of yards and have a manageable third down situation right now to try to keep the drive going.
It was a gain of 5, 3rd down and 3 Baltimore from their own 26 with 10:30 to play in a scoreless first quarter. Huntley calls for the snap, receives, drops the throw, throws down the right-hand side, in and out of the hands of Hill, incomplete. The running back on the wheel route on the near sideline had it graze off his fingertips at the 40, had a second chance at it, but it hits the ground. Porter on coverage, 4th down.
That'll look familiar to Baltimore fans. That same kind of route Justice Hill ran last week against Miami, that wheel route down the right side. But that time, Joey Porter Jr. breaks up the pass and makes a good play to get Pittsburgh off the field.
Calvin Austin stands back to return. The kick is away from Jordan Stout, and Austin backpedaling. Ball's going to hit the ground. Bounce inside the 20. Picked up at the 10. Austin, far sideline, 15-20. And he's brought down the 24-yard line right around where that initially bounced. It's a punt of 63, a return of 13 for a 50-yard net. And the Steelers will have the ball with 10:08 remaining in the first quarter at their own 24 after this. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Is your battery dead? At AutoZone, you can get the right Duralast battery to get you back on the road. Duralast batteries are designed to deliver OE performance and strong starts, even in extreme weather conditions. When you have a battery problem, get the right Duralast battery for your vehicle at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Attention, attention. I'm calling on the trendsetters and the underdogs, the disruptors and the slept-on, the ones who have been told they're too much. Welcome to NFL Flag. In this game, there's a position for everyone. No matter who you are, just bring it. Get ready to run, throw, jump, and slide. This game is our game. Let's play. Visit NFLflag.com to find a league and get playing today.
The venue's set. Families coming in from all over. It's their quinceañera. With all the excitement, it may be easy to overlook COVID-19. It's still a risk, and that's why it's muy importante to get this season's COVID-19 shot ahead of time. It helps protect against COVID-19, which can cause severe illness and hospitalization. So let's set the date, vaccinate, and celebrate. Learn about a vaccine option and book this season's updated COVID-19 shot today at schedulecovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
A punt each way. Baltimore hosting Pittsburgh. 10:08 to play in the first quarter. Steelers about to get the ball. Stream the NFL on Westwood One for free. Sponsored by AutoZone. All season long, you can listen to our broadcast of the NFL live on WestwoodOneSports.com, on the NFL app, by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports, or on our affiliate stations' digital platforms. Make AutoZone your end zone. Check engine light on. Get it checked with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. With Devin McCourty, Mike Watts, it is rainy and cold, but it feels like it's affecting the game so far.
It is, Mike, and I think that will have a huge impact on this game. We're going to probably see a defensive turnover or something, I think, that turns this game around, as we just watched on the big screen a couple of Ravens destroy terrible towels. So this might heat up right now.
Steelers back on the field with Mason Rudolph at the controls, 1st and 10 from their own 24, 4 minutes, 52 seconds into the game. Rudolph with a running back, Najee Harris to his left, came off a 122 rush yard performance in a win against Seattle last week, and he takes the handoff right up the gut and powers his way forward, continuing across the 30. And the convoy continued without him. He fell down at the 29.5-yard line.
I think right now Pittsburgh has to be encouraged by the running game. They had a couple runs that have gotten some yards, and Najee Harris, his biggest attribute is when you hit him, he still falls forward 3 or 4 yards. And I look for them this drive to try to really get that going.
6'1", 242 out of Alabama is the lone setback. Double tight set with one a wing. Austin motions left to right, handoff right up the gut again, and forcing his way into contact across the 30, up the hash mark, and Patrick Queen stymies Harris at the 33-yard line. That's a gain of 4, sets up 3rd down and 1.
Pittsburgh will live in these situations as much as they can. 3rd down and 1. Mike Tomlin last week talked about being excited to see his offensive line, and they went to Seattle and they moved people around and they ran the football. So if they can do that today against this Baltimore front, that'll give them a lot of confidence going forward.
2 running backs are in the game, Warren and Harris. Warren a wing to the left. Rudolph goes under center, and he hands off right up the gut, jumping into the pile and forcing his way forward. It is right around the 34 that he nosedives into the ground. It looks like he has enough, just needed to clear that yard marker, move the sticks, 1st down Pittsburgh.
I think it's important to note for this Ravens defense, Roquan Smith hasn't been out there. He looks like he's going to be one of the guys that gets some rest the last few plays and drives. Last drive at the end of the drive. Now this drive, haven't seen him out there. Has been Patrick Queen and Phillips out there playing linebacker. And that's a big part of this Ravens defense, not having him out there. But again, this game not as important for Baltimore.
8:17 to play first quarter. Steelers' second drive, scoreless, 1st and 10 at their own 34. Out of the pistol goes Rudolph. Catches the snap, flips the ball, throws, swing pass to Warren 30, outside 40. 45-50, cuts inside, angling across midfield down to the 45-yard line. And he's caught at the ankles and knocked down. Was hit by Delshawn Phillips after a 24-yard swing pass and scamper up the near sideline to the 43 of the Ravens.
Right now, we kind of got what we expected. We got a Pittsburgh team that looks hungry. As Jalen Warren got that ball on the left side and turned the corner, it just didn't have that feeling of a lot of guys rushing to get over there and tackle them from this Baltimore defense. They got to get going to try to get a stop, or it's going to be a long day.
Rudolph 4 of 5 for 43 yards. Goes under center. He's got Warren behind him, and it's a jet handoff from behind. Running left, this is Austin, and he's wrapped up at the 35-yard line. That's his 11th carry of the year, the wide receiver. You like that jet motion. Gain of 8, and into what's usually field goal range for Boswell, but I'm not so sure today, even with the wind at his back.
Yeah, this will be a tough game, I should say, to kick the ball. Your normal positions won't be normal. So Pittsburgh will look to try to score touchdowns today.
Yeah, as easy as that. Rudolph under center, moves the man right to left. It's Austin again, who fakes receiving the handoff. Rudolph runs right, throws right, caught by Hayward. 35, dives toward the 1st down marker. Needed about the 33 on 2nd down. Matabike got over to tag him down. And it looks like the spot positive enough for a Steeler 1st down.
Matabike didn't just get over there. This guy was moving from the middle of the field, showing why he's a Pro Bowl defensive tackle. He just ran like 30 yards to the sideline. And I got to say, I think he might beat me in a race right now.
What's that say about him or you? He's got 13 sacks this year, leads all defensive tackles. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the Baltimore 33. Austin motions. Rudolph gets the ball, handoff Warren. Runs left, spins over the half mark, and he is forced backwards at the 30 and carried back to the 40-yard line. It is Follett who made initial contact and started to push him backward. And he picks up a couple of yards on that, waiting for the spot. We'll call it 5 to the 28.
One thing that has stuck out to me so far for this Baltimore Ravens front, almost every play we're seeing a guy or two guys run off the field. They are subbing guys in and out, and I think that'll be a key part of what we see as their rest today is guys playing less snaps.
Austin motioning into the left slot, tight formation, getting the ball Rudolph. He drops the throw. He's looking, throw short left, caught 25, angling upfield and now toward the sideline. That is Deontay Johnson. Caught 4 balls last week, rushing into the sideline at the 23-yard line. That's a first down.
Baltimore drops back to his zone defense and just basic crossers for Pittsburgh. They have just receivers running across the field, finding Deontay Johnson, picking up a short gain. He gets down. Just a good play call against the zone defense.
Third catch for Johnson for 19 yards. Second drive for the Steelers. Under 5 to play in the first quarter. And they're just shy of the red zone at the Raven 23. Robinson into the slot left, getting the football, handoff up the middle. This is Harris. He's continuing to force his way across the 15 as he walks down the ladder and eventually falls forward, as he always seemingly does, to the 14. A game of about 9.
This Pittsburgh offensive line, they're enjoying this right now. It's a cold, wet day, and they're just getting to lean on this Baltimore front and push them forward, and they're picking up good yards in the run game, and they have good balance so far.
Steelers ranked 29th in the NFL in red zone efficiency, 47%, 19 of 40 scoring touchdowns. Second of 1 from the 14 of the Ravens. Looking into 4 down linemen, quick pitch left from Rudolph. This is Najee Harris bursting inside the 10-yard line on the clock sweep. And Phillips knocks him down on the number 10 at about the 8-yard line. And it's first down and goal for the Steelers.
Mikey got hit, and then he still picked up 3 more yards of just jumping on the side and taking defenders for a ride. Najee Harris has always been a downhill back, and, I think he has great confidence coming off last week when he had some big-time angry runs, and he's carrying defenders, and that's key for this Pittsburgh offense.
Are those trademarked angry runs?
They are.
Under center, it's a big set for the Steelers. This is Rudolph looking in. He's got Harris, the lone back. He gets the football, and he hands off Harris up the middle. He's navigating his way over the right guard, and he wiggles down to about the 6. Michael Pierce made the stop. 3:16 to play in the first quarter. It's going to be second down and goal from the 6.
Another good run. Everything so far in this Pittsburgh run game is positive. And you talk about that on offense sometimes. The key is not to have any negative plays, and they're not having them. They're picking up 2, 3, 5, 6 yards, and that will start to wear on a defense.
Rudolph goes back into the shotgun. Second down and goal from the 6. Steelers trying to take a first quarter lead. Harris now a left sidecar for Rudolph. 2 receivers to the left, a tight and the wide receiver on the right. Catching the snap. Handoff. Harris, he runs toward the goal line. He's hit. He dives. He's in for a Steeler touchdown. It is a 12-play trudge down the field. Van Noy had his shot inside the 5-yard line, but Harris takes the contact and torpedoes into the end zone. And the Steelers lead the Ravens 6-0 with 2:36 to play in the first.
That is an old-fashioned AFC North gutted-out drive, running the ball once you get inside the 20. Van Noy gets to trip up Najee Harris, but he dives for the goal line and touchdown, Steeler Nation.
Kuntz to snap. Snap back placement, line drive kick from Boswell on the extra point, right to left, and it's good. And that's just the start the Steelers needed. They're not eliminated with a loss, but a win greatly improves their playoff hopes. They lead Baltimore 7-0 with 2:36 to play in the first quarter. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Don't miss out on limited-time appliance deals during the closeout event at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $100 when you spend $999 or more on all major appliances. Hurry, these deals are too good to last long. Shop in-store or online today, because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid 1/4 through 1/24. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for details.
Why do challenge flags only exist in football? Think how useful they'd be in real life. Like when you're positive it's not your turn to walk the dog.
Challenge flag. The neighbor's kid says it wasn't their ball that dented your car door. Challenge flag. Your friend paid you back, but you definitely don't remember that? Boom. Challenge flag. Imagine settling a disagreement with an instant replay. Why isn't the world like that? I guess it's because it's technically impossible. You know one thing no one would ever challenge? Protecting your home and auto with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in the whole state.
What companies deserve your hard-earned dollar? Which would you want to work for? How can you know if they share your values? Just ask us. Just Capital is a nonprofit that tracks who really means business in supporting workers, customers, communities, the environment, and shareholders. We measure progress, track success, and help them be better. When you see the Just Capital seal, you know what's real, because just business is better business. Visit justcapital.com to learn who makes your dollar count.
Back in Baltimore, where the rain comes down in sheets and the lights are on for this Saturday NFL Game 1 of the doubleheader. Steelers 7, Ravens nothing with 2:36 to play in the first quarter. Let's check the drive summary, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. 12 plays, 76 yards, over 7 minutes and 32 seconds. And the Steelers came out and did what they did last week to Seattle, punched them in the mouth. Now Baltimore's defense is going to have to hopefully get a little bit of time to get their bearings again if this offense can get a drive, get to the end of the quarter, and move the ball.
And that's the key. Baltimore's defense throughout the year, they've done a good job making adjustments. So right now they're going to need this offense to go and have a drive. The 3-and-out last time they were out here for their first drive, it's too fast. You don't have any time on the bench to make corrections, to talk about things. So it's important, I think, for Baltimore as a team, for this offense to have a sustainable drive, hopefully go get points, but if not points, just let the defense catch their breath and warm up a little bit on those heated benches.
Ravens 160 rush yards a game, that's most in the league, but it's led to 31.5 minutes of possession per game. That's 5th in the league, and I bet the extra 3 minutes sitting is a lot better than being on the field.
Most good defenses, they have somewhat of a good offense. It helps out a little bit.
Boswell kicks off right to left. Justice Hill back to return. He's going to watch this hit the white chalk in the background. And the Ravens offense steps out after the touchback. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for the National Football League.
WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Steelers 7, Ravens nothing. Baltimore's second possession of the game with 2:36 to play in the first quarter. The Ravens send Tyler Huntley under center, first down and 10 at his own 25. Melvin Gordon is the lone back for the Ravens. Getting the ball, Huntley, stretch handoff right, and Gordon forces his way across the 25 and gets drilled by Watt and Mark Robinson about 3 yards beyond the line at about the 28, second down.
Yeah, this Pittsburgh defense, they get to play downhill because they kind of know that Baltimore's not going to be looking to throw the ball down the field. They're going to hand the ball off, and I think they're going to have this aggressive style all game, and so far it's worked.
Justice Hill into the game. No Dalvin Cook, signed to the practice squad, but was not elevated for this game, available in the playoffs. Of course, no Dobbins or Mitchell, both on season-ending IR. Huntley gets the football, empty backfield, quick throw in the middle, it is dropped. Dropped at the 34-yard line by the tight end, Charlie Kohler, and it's 3rd down and 7 for the Ravens.
We just talked about this on the other end. Pittsburgh not having any negative plays. That play right there, a drop on an easy catch that would have set up a 3rd and short, that's a negative play. That doesn't help you sustain drive, and now we're going to have a 3rd and long situation. Situations Pittsburgh really wants to take advantage of against this Baltimore offense.
Isaiah Likely returns to tight end. Huntley in the shotgun, motioning a receiver left to right into the formation. That's Aguilar getting the ball, looking to throw. This is a gesturing, and now under pressure and firing to the near sideline. Short hopping throw to Justice Hill, incomplete. Larry Ogunjobi was bearing down on Tyler Huntley, forcing him backpedaling toward his own 10-yard line. It's incomplete, 4th and 7, and the Ravens will punt.
Pittsburgh did a good job matching all the routes. They dropped into zone, and each guy in their own zone matched and took a guy, so Huntley had nowhere to throw. Went to scramble for a second, but wisely just got rid of the ball and threw it in the dirt.
Jordan Stout will punt. He's going into the wind. He drives another knuckling line drive kick to the 21. That's caught, and it's returnable. And it's Austin at the 30. Up the far sideline, shakes the tackle, 35. And then he's hit at the ankles and dragged to the ground at the 37-yard line. 51-yard punt and an 18-yard return from Calvin Austin III. Great field position for the Steelers. When we come back with 94 seconds to play in the first quarter, Steelers 7, Ravens nothing. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Wager at BetMGM to earn BetMGM rewards points that can be redeemed for online credits. You can also redeem your points at MGM Resorts nationwide. Play, earn, and enjoy with BetMGM Rewards. Please gamble responsibly. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. New and existing customer offer. All promotions subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets. Bonus bets expire in 7 days from issuance. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. Visit the BetMGM GameSense website at mgmresorts.com/GameSense for information on setting limits, guidance on odds and probability, and resources for problem gambling support. Plus, you can learn strategies and get tips on how to gamble more responsibly, discover the symptoms of problem gambling, and find out whom to call if you need help anytime, anywhere. Stay safe and have fun with BetMGM and GameSense. Please gamble responsibly.
Selling online is a lot like football. You need guts. You need stamina. You need conversion. Touchdown! And Shopify is the best converting checkout on the planet. Now, we're not just talking 2-point conversions. Shopify's checkout converts up to 36% better than other leading e-commerce platforms. So whether you're just starting out or scaling up, score more sales with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/touchdown.
Time to check the schedule of games coming up on Westwood One, sponsored by Hulu Plus Live TV. Later tonight, it's Houston at Indianapolis. Tomorrow night, Buffalo at Miami for the AFC East. Starting next week, each and every playoff game. Hulu has live sports. Watch football games all season long with over 90 live channels. Get Hulu Plus Live TV today. Live TV plan required. Restrictions apply. Access content from each service separately and select ESPN Plus content via Hulu. Learn more at Hulu.com. Steeler offense onto the field leading 7-0 from their own 37. Will have 1st and 10 after a third successive Raven punt. This Raven defense has struggled defending the run all season, and it showed the way the Steelers gassed them on that last drive.
And that's the thing. The game might not be important in the standings, but what you're building and how you go into the playoffs, that's always important. So you want to show up and show out and show that you can stop the run today.
Allowing 4.5 yards to carry. That's 27th in the league. Mason Rudolph, back quarterback, with Najee Harris to his left, and it's a quick handoff draw right up the middle. That's Harris finding his way free, shimmying his way across the 40, and crawling down to the 43-yard line where Broderick Washington is able to drag him down after a 5-yard gain.
That's one of the big things. When you play running backs like Najee Harris, big, strong, physical back, you want to gang tackle him. And for the most part today, we've seen one guy or two guys get to Najee Harris, not the 3, 4, 5, taking him backwards. So Baltimore has to do a better job getting off blocks and getting to the ball carrier. 12
carries, 70 yards for the Steeler offense. They've got an offset eye to the left, fake sweep to the left, running to the right, under pressure, dump off pass by Rudolph, caught by Hayward, and he's down around the 44-yard line. Made something out of what could have been a negative play. Patrick Queen was involved for the Ravens, and it's 3rd down and 3 with under 40 seconds left in the first.
See, Mike, that's the key. This Pittsburgh offense is running the ball well. They're playing it safe. They're doing play-action bootlegs for the passing game. The second throw to Connor Hayward, 2-yard throw. He picks up another 1.5 yards. They'll live with this all game today.
4th, 3rd down. 2 for 3 thus far for the Steelers. Calling out signals and now pointing into the linebacking core. Rudolph looks in. 3rd and 3. Catches the snap. Throws deep down the left-hand side. He's got Johnson who leans for it. And it falls incomplete at the 15-yard line. About 2 yards beyond Johnson with Brandon Stevens pestering him in his wake. 4th down and 3 coming from the Steeler 44, and they will punt.
This pass falls incomplete, but this is what Mason Rudolph has brought to this team. The idea that if you're going to play our guys in man-to-man, we're going to give them a chance to make a play.
Harvin gets the ball, and he drives it away right to left. It is a spiraling punt that's going to bounce to the 20, take a big Steeler roll inside the 10-yard line, and now it's whittling down to about the 17, and the ball comes to a complete halt as the first quarter comes to an end in Baltimore with the score Steelers 7 and the number 1 seed in the AFC, Baltimore, nothing. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Screeching brakes, safer stops, start with Duralast. New Duralast brake pads and rotors provide longer life and more stopping power when replaced together. Duralast brake pads have reduced noise and corrosion resistance with a limited lifetime warranty. Duralast rotors are designed for quiet, safe stops and meets or exceed the performance of the original rotors on your vehicle. Find Duralast only at America's #1 brake destination, AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The venue's set. Families coming in from all over. It's our quinceañera. With all the excitement, it may be easy to overlook COVID-19. It's still a risk, and that's why it's muy importante to get this season's COVID-19 shot ahead of time. It helps protect against COVID-19, which can cause severe illness and hospitalization. So let's set the date, vaccinate, and celebrate. Learn about a vaccine option and book this season's updated COVID-19 shot today at schedulecovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Welcome back to the Grainger broadcast booth, Baltimore, along with the 3-time Super Bowl champion Devin McCourty. I'm Mike Watts. Give your team an edge with Grainger. You'll find supplies and solutions for every industry, plus fast delivery and 24/7 support. When you call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. It'll be Pittsburgh 7, Baltimore nothing as we enter the second quarter. And you're looking down at the field. Something's caught your attention, Devin. Was there a flag down there?
They threw a flag down. I'm not exactly sure what the flag was coming out of the quarter like that, but dropped a flag, and we have to figure out what exactly that flag was on. I don't know if it was a sideline thing or something.
I have just the guy to make this announcement. Referee Brad Allen, who's overseeing the game here today, and there's a caucus of 3, now a 4th alongside them, and a 5th joining on the midfield logo. Referees having an ongoing discussion, and we'll find out what the matter is here. They've got the whole crew together. That's a quorum.
That is, and especially at the end of a quarter like that, not sure what happens, and now we wonder, are we going to have to get a repunt, and do we go back to how they got to figure it out? So we got to wait to see exactly what Brad Allen tells us.
They just gestured down to the left end zone, and I'm wondering if you're right about this. Now, for those who may just be tuning in, the Steelers, it's a win, and then they've got a couple things that they need. They can't be eliminated with a loss, but it's nearly impossible. They need 3 very precise things to happen to get them in the playoffs. But if they win, it's actually fairly simple. Jacksonville would need to lose at Tennessee tomorrow at 1 o'clock, or Buffalo would need to lose at Miami. That's Sunday Night Football. This game's important to Buffalo because if the Steelers win, that becomes a win the division or you're out of the playoffs. All the while for the Ravens, they don't really have anything to play for, in theory. Number 1 seed, they look for a franchise record-tying 14th win. We probably should have been playing about a minute ago, and there's still an ongoing discussion here with the referee at midfield.
It seems like they had too many men on the field for Pittsburgh, and I'm thinking Baltimore has elected for them to re-kick and repunt the ball. As you look on the sideline, looks like the special teams units are being brought up on both sides.
The 12th player did not get off the field by the kicking team. That 5-yard penalty is assessed as we start the second quarter. It's 4th down.
That's why they hire an expert like Devin McCourty.
But the interesting thing about this is I think Pittsburgh rushed to punt the ball before the quarter ends because the wind was blowing that way.
Right.
Now they will have to punt, reversing the side of the field, now going left to right, and it's against the wind. This will be interesting.
Oh. So they will punt left to right, and the ball is at the 39-yard line, 2 hour left. Presley Harvin is back to punt. Baltimore only had the ball for 2.5 minutes in that first quarter. And they may get some pretty decent field position out of this as well. It'll be 4th down and 8. They're moving the sticks because they had gotten a bit off kilter. And now those are prepared from the 39-yard line of Pittsburgh. Tylan Wallace is back to return at a 76-yard game-winning touchdown in overtime against the Rams about a month ago. And he's waving his arm sideways as this punt lands at the 35-yard line. He shanked it into the sideline. And the penalty plays out, and you're right, the wind probably did play a massive role in that decision.
Think about that. We were just about to come back on air and talk about Baltimore's offense being backed up and trying to get a drive. And now they get the ball and, 1 or 2 first downs. You're over midfield. You're in scoring position. So that's a huge penalty for Pittsburgh, who has had momentum so far.
You can call that a 5-yard penalty, but it's a 28-yard difference. So it really undersells how big a difference it is. The 26-yard punt, and it was down to the 35. Ravens start 1st and 10 from their own 35. Snoop Huntley gets the football, handoff up the middle, running right, and gashing wide out toward the 40, and Melvin Gordon is down outside the numbers at about the 36-yard line. Make that the 41-yard line, gain of 6.
Football is one of those weird sports where we always use the word momentum, and what exactly that means. Sometimes it's just giving an offense life. Baltimore's about to come back on the field, backed up, and they were going to go, oh, man, here we go again. Now they have some life. A good 6-yard run from Melvin Gordon will now try to get this offense going.
Gordon only ran the ball 19 times thus far this season. He's going to be the feature today. Huntley gets the ball, handoff up the middle, running right and then left, and then going upfield toward the 45. T.J. Watt makes the tackle right at the first down line to gain. That's a first down for Gordon.
And right there, Snoop Huntley goes what we call a zone read. He decides to give it that time, but by him having to make that decision, T.J. Watt had to keep coming up the field to make sure Huntley didn't have the ball and then go and make the tackle, and that gave enough room for Melvin Gordon on that right side to pick up a first down and give this offense their first down of the game.
On their 4th drive, first down and 10 Baltimore at the 45. Huntley catches the snap, handoff Gordon, runs right, ball's out, and the Steelers leap upon it at the 46-yard line. The Steelers force a turnover. And Larry Ogunjobi's come up with the football, tagged down at the 46. And 2 teams that lead the NFL in turnover margin watch the first big turnover belong to the Steelers.
And you just said it, only 19 carries. Not many carries on the season, and fumbles in bad weather. That's not good for Baltimore.
First down and 10, Pittsburgh. They have a 7-0 lead, and they'll have the ball at the Raven 45 with 13:28 to play in the first half when we come back. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Hi, honey. Happy first day back at work. Can't wait to see you tonight. We are so proud of you.
Daddy, we love you.
There are many reasons to start recovery. If you or someone you love is struggling with addiction, we are here to help. Call us. Our trained counselors are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to help. Your recovery is within reach. Call 844-REACH-NJ to learn about medication that can support your recovery. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Are you the type of person who always expects a little more out of life? Then it might be time for the 2024 Kia Telluride X Pro. With its gloss black grille and amber headlights, this SUV is stylish enough to stand out in any setting. With its high-end tech and surround view monitor, it's equipped to make your life easier in all different ways. With seating for 7 people and second-row captain's chairs, it's comfortable enough to have you always dreaming of your next excursion. And with its impressive ground clearance, upgraded traction control system, and all-terrain tires, it's rugged and capable enough that the trip doesn't have to end when the pavement does. With all of these premium features and more, there's no doubt the Telluride X Pro can take you beyond your expectations. And beyond that, the 2024 Kia Telluride X Pro. Welcome to a new elevation. To learn more, visit kia.com/Telluride today. Kia, movement that inspires.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Steelers 7, Ravens nothing, a minute and a half into the second quarter. Later on, we'll select the drive of the game, sponsored by Progressive. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $750 on average. Call or click today and find out if Progressive could save you hundreds on your car insurance. Steelers offense on the field. Mark Robinson forced the fumble. Ogunjobi jumped on it. And as Gordon coughs it away, the Steelers start 1st and 10 from their own 45. Rudolph gets the ball, handoff to Harris. Shrugs the tackle. Tiptoeing the sideline, far side. And across the 40 goes down to about the 35-yard line. That's what they needed for a first down, and he may have just gotten it.
Oh, Mike, guess what? Pittsburgh's back to the run game. This is what they decided. We're going to run the football. We're going to own the line of scrimmage, and it's working so far. We could possibly talk about this drive in the second quarter of the game being a defining drive in this game just because of where the offenses have gone.
Harris, 9 carries, 44 yards. They're trying to get a man off, and the Ravens did not. That was a quick snap by Rudolph. He was clapping for it. They thought they caught the Ravens making that late sub, getting someone into the sideline. And that'd be the second time we've seen it. There are 3 flags on the field. One just got picked up by George Pickens.
It was a snap infraction. Offense number 61. That's a 5-yard penalty. First down. There is no foul for too many players on the defense, as there must be a legal snap.
There you go. You try to go too fast. You caught yourself.
We've been talking about snap infractions a lot, in part because of the brotherly shove, right? Picking up the football and maneuvering it a little bit.
They've been catching Justin Kelsey a little bit, but he's probably gotten away with that for a long time, so he'll be okay.
So it's a 5-yard penalty, and instead of a 10-yard gain, it'll be 1st and 15. Beg your pardon, that was after the first down, so that stood. 1st and 15, Pittsburgh from the Raven 40, driving left to right, low snap and a handoff up the middle, and forcing his way up the right side, hit by Delshon Phillips, and down goes Najee Harris sideways to the 38-yard line. Don't miss all the NFL excitement on Fox tomorrow. The Dallas Cowboys meet the Washington Commanders. Check your local listings for more details. Catch the NFL on Fox. Heavy dose of the run game from the Steelers, who over the last 8 weeks lead the National Football League in rush attempts, 284. Total reinvention of the offense. Rudolph looks in and collects the low snap. He has pressure in his face. He throws at the screen and forcing his way across the 35, almost inching the offensive lineman ahead. Warren is hit by a pair of Ravens after Queen was right in the face of Rudolph, took the pain. It'll be out to the 33-yard line, 3rd down and 8.
No one was happier that was a screen pass than Mason Rudolph, because Patrick Queen timed up that blitz perfectly. Even if it wasn't a screen, I think he would have had the shot the way he timed it up, and Rudolph gets it off just in time to pick up some yards on the screen pass.
Queen, named the Pro Bowler this week, has never missed a game in his 4 NFL seasons. 3rd down and 8 from the Raven 33, getting the football. It's a quick dump off to the right side. That's Warren. He tries to shake and tackle. He's grabbed at the hips. He's held up, and he's forced down at the 30-yard line. The Ravens say the ball is out on the near sideline. They're trying to force it over the park. Baltimore has it. Warren lost the handle, and Arthur Millette, the former Steeler, comes away with it. The Steeler who asked for his release in May, picked up by Baltimore, has the ball for the Ravens. And it's the second fumble on successive drives.
Millette does a good job, open field, making a tackle, and then Phillips comes in with a great punch to punch the ball out. Baltimore back in business, and of course the defense is doing it.
Yeah, well, I know how you feel about that. The Ravens will have the ball trailing 7-0 with 11:02 to play in the second quarter. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
New year, new me was going to be my 2024 shopping mantra until I realized how expensive that mantra was. Luckily, Kohl's is having their biggest clearance event of the season, and I saved up to 70% on so many great finds, like a warm fleece, cozy PJs, cute jeans, gorgeous dresses, and so much more. So don't wait. Hurry and get your new look for low prices in a limited time. Get to Kohl's. Select styles up to 70% offer ends January 21st. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hey everyone, gather round. It's time for corny jokes about passing the torch.
The team at Kirian's Welding was fused together solid.
Thanks for all the late nights and early shifts.
But double retirements mean the crew must bond with some certified new hires.
You've both gone the extra millimeter.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Stay tuned for part 2 of our special Saturday NFL doubleheader on Westwood One. The Houston Texans are at the Indianapolis Colts with Bill Rosinski and Derek Rackley having all the action live from Indy at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on most of these same Westwood One stations via the NFL app, on Alexa-enabled devices, or online at our website, WestwoodOneSports.com. Steelers 7, Ravens nothing, 11:02 to play in the first half. A fumble forced with Millette recovering, but it was Delshon Phillips who played 80% of special team snaps and only 34 defensive snaps the first 16 weeks, and he forced the fumble.
And he hasn't been a part of this Baltimore defense that is leading the league in takeaways. That's their 30th takeaway this season, but he's a guy that's hungry to get on the field. So now he gets on the field. He doesn't just run over there to help on the tackle. He runs over with one of those Mike Tyson punches, gets his fist right on the ball, and as soon as that ball came out, you saw all of the purple jerseys swarm over there, and they gutted it and pulled it away from Warren to try to make that game-changing play, and that's what I love about guys that don't get a lot of opportunities to be out there. You play behind 2 Pro Bowl linebackers. When you get your shot, you're ready, and you take advantage of the opportunity.
That's it. Baltimore's 30th turnover force. You mentioned most in the league. Baltimore has scored 105 points off takeaways. That's best in the NFL. Justice Hill in the game alongside Snoop Huntley, who gets the football. Play fake, drops back to throw. He's looking, flush to the left, running toward the sideline on the numbers, throws a duck toward the 45-yard line, and that is incomplete. That did skip right around the first down marker. It's 2nd and 10 from the 33 of the Ravens with the ball, trailing by 7.
Baltimore might want to go with a screen pass or a short pass to try to get Huntley a little more comfortable throwing the ball. There's been some tough situations, him scrambling around, trying to make throws. The ball just doesn't look like it's coming out of his hands great today so far.
1 for 5 yards for Huntley after 5 touchdowns by Lamar Jackson last week and a perfect passer rating. Huntley catches a snap, he drops to throw. He fakes, now he runs, and he's going to bolt across the 35, and he dives head first toward the 40-yard line, and is marked down to the 39 with Hayward and Watt coming in together. They'll bring him to the ground, and that's a gain of 6. We'll call it 7. 3rd down and 3 with 10:35 to play on a running second quarter clock.
Huntley, he didn't waste much time there. He dropped back, took a pump fake, and the best thing he probably did there was tuck the ball away because T.J. Watt was coming with the big punch.
Looking into the Steeler defense, right to left go the Ravens. Tight formation on the wide side, right off the left hash, catching the ball, Huntley. And he throws a quick bullet to the right, and that is out to the 43-yard line. They'll mark him at the 44. Isaiah Likely catches it on a tight end hitch over the middle. He's dragged down with 4 yards and a Raven first down.
This is the same pass earlier that Kohler dropped. Likely makes the catch, and he's been a huge help for them this year. He's a great athlete, gets the ball in his hands on those short kind of throws. Pittsburgh's probably biting themselves. They dropped a little bit past the stick and gave up that first down.
Likely 4th-round pick last year. Unlikely hero, and Mark Andrews went down. Gus Edwards comes in, single back, play action, big time hit in the backfield. Mark Robinson drags down Huntley. Shot out of a cannon to the 35-yard line. And Huntley is dropped for a loss of 8. 2nd and 18.
Pittsburgh has to love seeing that because this linebacking core has taken a lot of hits after injury, with Holcomb going down, Quan Alexander, Elandon Roberts missing some games. So Mark Robinson, that's his second big play of the game so far. So they got to love seeing this. And Pittsburgh's still playing downhill and aggressive.
No Holcomb, Alexander, Neal, Casey suspended for the year, Fitzpatrick, Thompson, all in the middle of the defense. Huntley gets the ball. He looks. It's a running back screen. Hill, 35, steps upfield across the 40. And he is torpedoed to the ground with Killebrew, a special teams captain and a Pro Bowl selection for that work, bringing him down at the 40. It's 3rd and 14 after a 4-yard gain.
I think Baltimore's going to have to do something to back this Pittsburgh defense up. They throw the screen pass, but Pittsburgh, they're not worried. They're not dropping back, so they're all over it. They got to do something to get these guys backpedaling a little bit and not just coming forward.
No Odell Beckham, no Zay Flowers. Getting the football, this is Huntley. He looks, he's under pressure from Watt. Watt swings, but still keeping his feet. Huntley breaks the line, he runs forward. He's across the 45, and he sits right on his hindquarters at the 47. Otherwise, he was going to get walloped as he went toward the far sideline. Killebrew and Highsmith end up getting there, and it's 4th down and 7. Out comes the punting team.
Mike, did you notice that Huntley stopped from going out of bounds? He wants to keep the clock going. I'm not sure. We don't usually see that in the second quarter with 8 minutes to go.
Catching the ball, and Stout drives a punt right to left with the wind at his back. It's going to bounce inside the 10. It's going to bounce at the 5, at the 4, and there are 7 Ravens that surround the ball and down it at the 4-yard line. There is a flag down back at the 45-yard line. It was 4th and 7. And we'll see whether or not you aren't going to get a better punt than that, dropping it at the 4. But if you get 5 yards, you can make it 4th and 2, right in Steeler territory. Is that enough? On this day, I don't know.
They might have to do this all over again. We might have our second redo punt of the game. I don't know if that was on the gambling cards, like 2 punts. And I don't know. Can you gamble and choose that one?
That's not a prop that I'm interested in.
And eligible downfield, kicking team number 30. That 5-yard penalty is enforced. It's still 4th down.
So instead of having the ball at the 5, we talked about this earlier. There was 12 men on the field that led to a 5-yard penalty. It ended up being a 28-yard difference in terms of field position. Instead of forcing Pittsburgh back to the 4, the Ravens' 100th penalty of the season. We'll see the punting team come back out and Stout have to punt with the ball at the 42-yard line and Stout stepping back to about the 29.
No coaches like re-punts, re-kicks. It never usually works out well for you in the special teams unit.
The gunners are tired, right?
Exactly.
Stout stands at the 27. He stoutly catches the ball, drops the head, and drives a winding punt that's going to bounce at the 7 and inside the 5 and nearly batted back in. Instead of the 2-yard line, it's into the end zone. And there's another flag. LaQuan Treadwell went downfield nearly at the 2-yard line, batted it back into play. Have you ever seen 3 repunts in one half? Did they teach you about this at Rutgers?
They didn't teach me that at Rutgers. Our team was too good.
Yeah, you never punted. Come on. Oh, wow. So, do you really want to re-punt again? Mike Tomlin's walking out. He looks drenched. This is not good weather for a coach either. They're discussing with the officials. They're going to make him punt it a 3rd time. The touchback would have it at the 20. Brad Allen.
During the kick, holding, receiving team, number 83. 10-yard penalty from the end of the kick. 1st down.
There we go. You get all that? So instead of the 20, call it the 10, and wow. Okay, 7:26 to play in the second quarter, and that 5-yard penalty only made about a 6-yard difference. How about that? Steelers 7, Ravens nothing. Steelers ball when we come back. Listening to the NFL, I'm Westwood One.
Now, during Staples Print Big Sale, get $20 off your print purchase of $100 or more, $50 off your print purchase of $200 or more, and $100 off your print purchase of $300 or more. So the more you print at Staples, the more you save. To demonstrate, print at Staples, use save. But if you print at Staples, use save. See how that works? Staples Print Big Sale. Print more, save more. Up to $100. Ends 2/10. Visit staples.com/print for details.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 12th and we'll waive your application fee. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2024. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Pay no application fee if you apply by February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chev.
We all love to follow the pros. And when it comes to selling online, the pros trust Shopify. New Era, Allbirds, Untuckit, Skims, even Mattel. They all sell with Shopify because Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. And it's not just the big brands. Millions of businesses are boosting their sales with the same legendary Shopify checkout. Start selling like the pros and sell with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/touchdown.
Next week, Westwood One will have all the excitement of the Super Wild Card round of the NFL playoffs. A doubleheader on Saturday, January 13th, a tripleheader on Sunday, January 14th, and then one final game, Monday night, January 15th. You can log on to westwoodsports.com for more details or to listen to the live stream for free. From the Wild Card round all the way to Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas, the NFL playoffs are on Westwood One. 36 days away from your 6th Super Bowl and first on the Westwood One team, right?
Yeah, this will be the first time at the game and not playing in the game. So this is bright, though. I can't win, which stinks, but I also can't lose. So
teams win and lose. Broadcasters always win. Mm-hmm.
Best part about retiring.
Yeah, well, okay. It's also a lot warmer in here. Steelers will start at their own 10 after a bunch of penalties on the most recent punt attempt by the Ravens. Rudolph goes under center and hands off to the left, and across the 10-yard line, Broderick Washington catches Najee Harris and brings him down on the far side numbers. Gain of about a yard, 2nd and 9. 7:12 to play in the second quarter. Steelers with the ball leading 7-0. A win and a couple of different results could see them into the playoffs. It's about a coin flip probability that they get in, but a win's huge.
And when you have a chance, you still feel good about it. And Pittsburgh is focused on themselves today and starting off with a win.
And the Ravens are number 1 seed. That's already settled after their win against Miami last week. Mason Rudolph looks in. Low snap at the knees. He drops back with time, throws over the middle. That's caught, shaking a tackle. 15, running toward the sideline and hit on the horizontal run. That's Najee Harris with Brock Yassin rocking him to the ground. And a missed tackle initially by Phillips, but no real yardage gained from there. 3rd and 3.
Yassin, that's what I like to see. A corner that comes down. Najee Harris has been running hard all day. He sticks his shoulder on him and doesn't let him pick up any more extra yards. Baltimore's going to need more of that from this defense if they want to try to win this game.
He hadn't played a defensive snap in 4 weeks. Had a season-high 56 last week with the injury to Humphreys and all the other injuries they've suffered in the secondary. 3rd and 3 for Pittsburgh. Right leg in front of the left. Rudolph gets the snap, handoff, and bulldozing right into the line of scrimmage. The 20 is necessary. Warren looks like he's short by about half a yard. And the Steelers are backed up all the way at their own 19.5-yard line. And even though they're going to be punting into the wind, which is no one's idea of a good time, and the rain pouring, Harvin comes onto the field to punt.
That might be the play that helps this offense. Kyle Van Noy comes off the edge and gets to Warren and pulls him down just in time. A good play by the old veteran Kyle Van Noy.
Tylan Wallace stands at the 36-yard line to our right to return for Baltimore. Caught by Harvin. He drives it away. It's a spiraling punt that's going to bounce by Wallace and go all the way down to the 30-yard line and a little bit further, rolling to the 29. Not a lot in the air, but 52 yards in totality and a good flip of field position as the Steelers were initially backed up to get this down to the Ravens 29, where Baltimore will have the ball trailing by 7 with 5:07 to play in the second quarter. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
New year, new me was going to be my 2024 shopping mantra until I realized how expensive that mantra was. Luckily, Kohl's is having their biggest clearance event of the season, and I saved up to 70% on so many great finds, like a warm fleece, cozy PJs, cute jeans, gorgeous dresses, and so much more. So don't wait. Hurry and get your new look for low prices in a limited time. Get to Kohl's. Select styles up to 70% offer ends January 21st. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Steelers 7, Ravens nothing. 5:07 to play in the first half in Baltimore, and the Ravens will have it 1st and 10 from their own 29. It's time for the Shopify fact of the game. Love it. If Lamar Jackson wins MVP, he will become the second youngest player in NFL history to win 2. Lamar turns 27 years old tomorrow. Jim Brown did it when he was 22 years old, as he won his second MVP. That's the Shopify fact of the game. Want to sell smarter? Get Shopify. Shopify's commerce platform helps you sell more with the best converting checkout on the internet. Get a $1 per month trial at shopify.com/football. He's just a kid still. That's the crazy part about Lamar, and who's unanimous in 2019. Might not be unanimous, but he really stamped his authority the last 2 weeks. He gets to rest today.
Do you think they're still wondering if he can play quarterback or not?
He looked really quarterbacky last game.
I would say he's a pretty good quarterback so far. Yeah, 5 touchdowns, that'll probably do it.
Perfect passer rating for the 3rd time. We could start dinging, like, every...
We just
got a
run
lot
off the Lamar Jackson stats. Each Shopify ding.
2 or more NFL MVPs. Manning, Rodgers, Brown, Unitas, Favre, Brady, Montana, Young, Warner, Mahomes, and maybe Lamar.
I thought you were going to say McCourty.
Well, MVP of our hearts, but the AP disagreed. 1st down and 10 for the Ravens at their own 29. It's Huntley, the potential MVP's backup. Handoff up the gut for Gus Edwards, and that bus blew a tire. Down at the 31-yard line, gain at 2, 2nd down and 8. Which McCourty?
Me. I was
confirming.
I was way better than my brother. It's not even close.
Okay.
I hope he's listening right now.
Yeah. As a fellow twin, I understand. I get it.
There's always a better one.
But we weren't MVP of anything. It's a gain of 1 officially, 2nd down and 9 for the Ravens. They come out with a running back on either side, Hill and Edwards for Huntley, who steps 3 steps back, throws over the middle, and that is caught. And the ball is on the ground. They're going to say it's incomplete. The 20-yard line. Eric Rowe came in and laid a massive hit on the running back out of the backfield. That was Edwards.
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but Eric Rowe, he's a defensive back, and he didn't even backpedal at all on that drive. He knew that the ball was going to be thrown short, so as soon as Justice Hill tried to catch it, Eric Rowe came flying from his safety position to knock the ball off him before he can bring it in and tuck it away.
His 3rd consecutive week is an elevation off the practice squad. 17 tackles last 2 weeks. Ravens 1 of 4 on 3rd down. 3rd and 9 from their own 30. Huntley catches the snap. He's got time. He lost deep down the middle. That is caught at the 46-yard line. And the first big completion is to Laquan Treadwell. His first catch of the year goes for 16 and a 1st down.
That was Huntley's throw of the game. So far, he looks to go to Nelson Aguilar on an over route. They take Aguilar away. He tucks it back in off the pump fake and finds Treadwell running across on a little deeper route, and Treadwell makes a good catch with 2 Steelers bearing down on him.
Porter made it tough, but still he was able to hang on. 1st down and 10, waves of rain coming down. The purple-jerseyed Ravens with the ball, right to left handoff. This is Edwards, breaks the tackle, he keeps his feet. He's running across the 30, inside the 25, and down to the 23 on the far side, hash mark. And now the big plays are really coming off for the Ravens. A run over the right side for 29 yards.
It's one of these plays. Gus Edwards cuts on his right, and he gets into the open field, and Patrick Peterson playing that free safety position. That's a difficult tackle when you're in the middle of the field by yourself, and Gus Edwards from Rutgers University makes a miss.
Stat on that to come. He's behind Huntley, 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. Huntley holds it out and drills T.J. Watt. Hits Edwards from the side, coming off the edge in the backfield, back around the 27-yard line.
You know a good way to not have to make tackles at free safety? Play with T.J. Watt. Comes off the edge, unblocked. I don't know how many times you want to run any play where you don't block T.J. Watt. He's a Pro Bowl player for a reason. You always want to have a guy, most of the time 2 guys on him.
Justice Hill comes in at running back, replacing Edwards. Ball just inside the right hash. 2nd down and 12 from the Steeler 27. Ravens down by 7. Huntley catches the ball. Pocket collapses. Throw to the right. Caught at the 10. Breaking a tackle. 5. Leading to the end zone. Likely. Touchdown. Touchdown Baltimore. Caught it at the 10. He shrugged off the first challenge at the 10. Inside the 5. And climbs the ladder over the goal line. And the Ravens are a point after from tying the game with 2:19 to play in the first half.
Sometimes you just need to get your rhythm. Snoop Huntley doesn't hesitate. Seam route with Isaiah Likely running down the right side. He throws it right to the numbers. Isaiah Likely catches it. And what a finish to a run. Barreling over people and jumping into the end zone.
And Highsmith drilled Huntley. It wasn't enough. And Justin Tucker on for the extra point. Snapback ball plays. Kick is over the line, and it's good. And the game is tied at 7 with 2:19 to play in the second quarter. And the Steelers surely are sweating a little bit despite the cold, as the loss doesn't eliminate them, but a win certainly gives them a far greater chance of going to the playoffs. Those NFL playoffs are almost here, of course, and it all starts with Super Wildcard Weekend presented by Verizon. 12 teams, 6 games, 3 days, 1 epic weekend. You can hear each one of those games right here on Westwood One. The road to Super Bowl 58 starts January 13th. 6 plays, 71 yards, 3 big plays from this Ravens offense that was moribund to start. You and I looked at each other a couple commercial breaks ago, and you go, Baltimore looks cold. They look physically like they're cold, and now there's a little juice.
Looks like they're standing by the heaters on the sideline, warmed them up a little bit. And Isaiah, that's a run that will get guys going. Coming off Gus Edwards' run, and then you don't just catch a pass with Levi Wallace coming right at you. You then kind of throw Patrick Peterson off you and jump in the end zone. That'll get your whole team going.
Pittsburgh, best path in is a win plus a Jacksonville loss at Tennessee, or a win and a Buffalo loss at Miami. Driven away, line drive kick, bouncing at the 15-yard line. It's going to bounce toward the sideline, stay in bounds at the 5, and leaning 1 foot over the near sideline, Igwe Buke reaches out and grabs the ball so to force an illegal procedure kick out of bounds.
A great play right there.
It would have been at the 5-yard line. Ball was dead. He was going to have to pick it up and run with it. Instead, they're going to move this all the way out to the 35.
Kickoff out of bounds for the kicking team. First down.
And I think a lot of people see that and they're like, what a kick. That stopped right there and didn't go out of bounds. But to have the understanding to know if you touch the ball while out of bounds, then that is kick out of bounds, a legal procedure, and that might be a big play for Pittsburgh to get some points on the board.
And I beg your pardon, they'll go to the 40-yard line where they spotted. So it's a 35-yard, in essence, penalty. And Tucker that time had the wind at his back, too, and still hit sort of that squib left.
It was almost like a missed hit, but it looked like it was going to have a chance to be a genius, great kick that was going to stop, but it got a little too close to the sideline. And credit to Pittsburgh special teams unit for going over that and knowing that's the play to make right there.
Last 7 meetings decided by 7 or less. The last 5 by 4 points or less. And here we go again. 2:19 to play first half. Steelers with the ball, tied with the Ravens, 7-all. A lot of motion in the backfield, but simply a handoff over the left guard from Rudolph, and plowing is Jalen Warren down to about the 45. The gain of 5 yards, 2nd and 5. It's all rain here. You have to go a lot further north to see the snow. And ultimately, as we hit the 2-minute warning, the Steelers will have all 3 timeouts and 55 yards to cover to try and get a touchdown and grab the lead back before halftime. But they're going to have to do it going into the wind as we've reached the 2-minute warning in the second quarter. The score, Pittsburgh 7, Baltimore 7. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
The venue set. Families coming in from all over. It's their quinceañera. With all the excitement, it may be easy to overlook COVID-19. It's still a risk, and that's why it's muy importante to get this season's COVID-19 shot ahead of time. It helps protect against COVID-19, which can cause severe illness and hospitalization. So let's set the date, vaccinate, and celebrate. Learn about a vaccine option and book this season's updated COVID-19 shot today at schedulecovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The NFL and its players and teams are committed to advancing social justice through work that reduces barriers to opportunity and creates progress in police-community relations, criminal justice reform, education, and economic advancement. The NFL family works to highlight efforts across the league to inspire change in our communities and make progress on these issues. To learn more, visit NFL.com/inspirechange.
A reminder to stay with us for Westwood One NFL halftime report, sponsored by Wendy's. The velvety-voiced Scott Graham will talk to Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans to preview Houston and Indianapolis that you'll hear on many of these stations later tonight. That's coming up on the Wendy's halftime report. Wendy's breakfast, 2 for $3. Biggie bundles are here, limited time only during breakfast hours. 7-7 as we hit the 2-minute warning. Steelers 3 timeouts. They're going to be driving into the wind. They've done most of their damage on the ground. Devin McCourty, what are you looking for from Mason Rudolph and the Steelers? Because they're the ones who really need to win this game.
I think they're going to continue to do what they've been doing. I don't think they go all out, spread it out, 2-minute offense. I think they're going to be a little bit more aggressive. They might go with a screen play or 2. They might try to figure out, but they still have 3 timeouts. So they don't have to be in a rush, going super fast. They want to make sure that they try to end with the ball in their hand and hopefully points on the board, but they don't want to mess it up and give the ball back to Baltimore after Baltimore's had their best drive of the half.
Now, the Ravens deferred the opening kickoff, so they're going to get the ball out of halftime. And let's not forget last week, the Ravens threw the pedal down on Miami right at the end of the first half with a turnover that really helped. Rudolph motions Robinson across right to left, his face. He tosses left. Warren will burrow his way toward the far side numbers. He didn't even get to the line of scrimmage. He's down back at the 43-yard line with Travis Jones and Jeremiah Moon, who just got signed to the 53-man active roster. It's a loss of a yard and a half. 3rd down and 6 for the Steelers at their own 44.
You talk about leadership. Patrick Queen from his middle linebacker position ran full speed and finished that tackle. He's been out there every play leading his Baltimore defense for a game that supposedly doesn't matter. That's leadership by Patrick Queen.
Rudolph empty set. 2 receivers right, including Pickens. The second furthest right, making trips out there, spread, 2 short side left. Rudolph selects the snap, throw to the left, turning, making the catch at the midfield across the 45. Fryermuth gets into Raven territory to the 43, slides out of bounds. So the clock down to 1:10. Still, the Steelers have all 3 timeouts. Now, Boswell leads the NFL the last 3 years in 50-plus yard field goals, but it's cold and it's wet and it's very windy in his face.
And I don't know if you want to take that chance with getting it blocked or something, but right there, Baltimore kind of messes up the coverage and leaves a free spot for Fryermuth. That might come back to haunt them on this 2-minute drive of not getting off the field on 3rd down.
First reception of the day for the important tight end. Rudolph gets the ball 1st and 10. He looks, throws short right, caught by Warren, and he is wrapped up on the spot at the 40-yard line by Del'Shawn Phillips. And the Steelers are racing to the line. They're not burning their timeout, clock under a minute in the second quarter. 7-all. Steelers trying to regain the lead before halftime. From the Raven 40, Rudolph, pocket collapsing, he throws up middle as he's hit. It's Warren making the catch at the 35, and he continues to churn his feet and get down to the 33. Queen was in on the tackle, and Van Noy with the quarterback pressure and stoppage as the Steelers are going to talk this over their first time out. And it was a first down. It was right at the marker at the 33. And the clock stops at 42 seconds. Now the Steelers have the ball, parent timeout from the 33 in a tie game, looking to grab the lead before the half.
And I think they now feel good that there won't be enough time for Baltimore to get the ball back. But Rudolph was lucky right there. Van Noy was probably a half a second away from that turning into a strip sack and him getting another sack this season. He looked at the ref like, ref, he's holding me. Throw the flag. But Van Noy, they hold on every play. You got to go get the sack there.
Career high 8 sacks for him. You know every guy's trying to get that one last sack. That Clowney's got rumored to be $750,000 riding on another half sack.
He's looking for it.
Incentives, baby. Steeler offense back out. Roaring Baltimore crowd. Rudolph gets the ball. Ball tossed straight up into the air. It is fumbled. And Clowney made the hit. And it is a strip sack. And I think he just made a bundle of money back to the 41-yard line. Clowney's rich.
Did you see him? He put his head up to the sky. Thank the Lord Jesus above. He is happy. Rudolph's trying to tell the refs that he feels like he got his arm going forward, and it was an incomplete pass.
Pittsburgh, your second.
Timeout Pittsburgh, so a 9-yard loss. He'll be second down and 19. Clowney just tied his career high 9.5 sacks. It's the 38th consecutive game in which the Ravens have recorded a sack. That's the longest active streak in the NFL and a Baltimore franchise record. And it just backed the Steelers out of what was conceivably field goal range. Mike Tomlin looks like he's at a wake. His face is stone.
I think Mike Tomlin is trying to figure out why, since it's under 2 minutes, is it being reviewed? Is it not being reviewed? As Clowney's dancing and going crazy. There's a lot happening right now, but Clowney is enjoying. They got the music playing. If you watch Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Carlton was famous for doing this, dancing, having a good time. So Clowney is doing the Carlton. Like, a lot's happening right now. But you love to see everybody on this defensive unit knows Clowney needed a half a sack. And they are throwing dollars out, and the fans are now screaming. It feels like everybody made money today.
I mean, we made money, but we didn't make Clowney money. Everyone knows about these incentives. You never had one, right? Like a big incentive?
Not like this, no.
No. Good for him. Second down and 19. Steelers offense, quick throw over the middle, caught by Schreiermuth at the 35-yard line. He gets blasted back by Arthur Millette. And they got back 7 of the 9 they lost on the sack to the 35-yard line. And it's third down and 12. Clock at 14. It's running down. The Steelers have a timeout. They take a quick snap, getting the ball. Rudolph hit, balls out, and recovered by Baltimore. Van Noy knocked it out. And Washington jumped on it for the Baltimore Ravens. And the scoring threat is thwarted at the 35-yard line.
These two, because I'm old, I can call them old. These two old guys, Clowney and Van Noy, this is the first time they were in on the whole drive because it was 2-minute passing situation. And I talked to Kyle Van Noy before the game. He said, I want to get sacked today. That's what it's about. And to see these two guys back-to-back sacks to end this 2-minute drive, what a play. Van Noy almost gets a strip sack before and finishes off. Knocks the ball out of Rudolph's hand, and that is the key to Baltimore. When these two guys get a chance to get at the quarterback or Matabuke, they are looking to get the ball. They're not just trying to get the sack, they're trying to create those takeaways.
Huntley comes out on the field. He is preparing to take a knee. It's not quite victory formation. It's get to the locker room and warm up formation. It's find some chicken broth formation. Huntley aligns under center and drops to his right knee and sends us into halftime. Clowney got paid. The Steelers took the early lead. The Ravens respond. Their best drive was their most recent, 71 yards down the field for a touchdown with 3 big plays, 2 through the air, 1 on the ground, and we're headed to halftime tied at 7-7.
Clowney might go into halftime and say, hey guys, I got paid. Take me out, Coach. I'm done today.
Broderick Washington is about to work a lot in the second half. It's the end of the first half here in Baltimore. Steelers 7, Ravens 7. When we return, Scott Grammery joins us from our studios with the Wendy's Halftime Report. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Don't miss out on limited-time appliance deals during the closeout event at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $100 when you spend $999 or more on all major appliances. Hurry, these deals are too good to last long. Shop in-store or online today, because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid 1/4 through 1/24. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for details.
Wake up not knowing what you want? Now you can have a little of everything. With Wendy's Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles, you can mix and match your very own perfect pairing of our delicious morning favorites. Choose from the sausage biscuit, egg or cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, or medium hot coffee. The choice is all yours, not somebody else's. Get breakfast just the way you want it with Wendy's Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Welcome to the NFL Halftime Report on Westwood One, sponsored by Wendy's. With Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles, you can choose the pair you want. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price. Once again, here's your host, Scott Graham.
From our Westwood One studios, we have reached halftime in rainy and chilly Baltimore, and it's exactly the game that we thought we were probably going to see today. Pittsburgh Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens tied at 7 as we get to the break. This is game number 1 of our doubleheader. Game number 2 is, in essence, a playoff game. The Houston Texans go into Indianapolis to take on the Colts. The winner is in the playoffs. Miko Ryans, an odds-on favorite, or at least one of them, for Coach of the Year in the National Football League, has his team, his young team, in a great spot right now. I asked him if that type of game is going to have any effect on his youngsters going in.
Yeah, our guys aren't fazed by it. They understand. We've been talking about this for the past couple of weeks. We knew, before last week going in, we need to win 2 games to get in. So, I didn't shy away from talking about that with our guys, because the ultimate goal every time you start an NFL season is you want to get in the playoffs so you can have opportunity to host the Lombardi. That's everybody's goal. And to be able to accomplish that goal, you have to get in. So we're close. 4 quarters left. And that's been the message to guys, man. For 4 quarters, can we just go out, play relentless, execute, play with great energy, and let's go win a football game.
There were people that called you a coach in waiting when you were in 7th or 8th grade, but how much of what you were able to do in your time with the Niners kind of said about your process for doing this?
Yeah, with the Niners, man, it really taught me a lot, and I'm very thankful to actually go into the Niners at a ground level, being a QC and just seeing how everything works from the ground level up. I'm really thankful because I don't think I would be in this position if I didn't go that route. And then being able to be a part of, some tough seasons, some losing seasons, and seeing how to balance and how to work through that. Being able to be a part of, truly successful seasons where we're able to make playoff runs, being able to be a part of Super Bowl, multiple NFC championship games. So I've seen it all, and now it's just a matter of tweaking it, putting my spin on it, doing a couple things different of how I see it should be done. But there's a blueprint there that I learned from Kyle, learned from John, that I think it travels with any team.
I don't think you've seen it all, because I don't think anybody saw C.J. Stroud coming this year. And watching what he's done, enabling him to take that talent and turn it into what he's doing on the field right now, from where I'm sitting, has been really special. What's it been like for you?
Same. It's been fun having the front row seat to see him just continue to grow, from where we drafted him, his first rookie mini camp, to see him just, operate in the huddle, seeing his command of the offense, seeing him, galvanize the locker room, seeing guys really, truly play for him, play with him, seeing what he brings to an entire organization. It's been truly an uphill growth process that you've seen, and it's been fun having a front row seat at it.
I don't know that there's one team this year that looks like it's having more fun in terms of growing, winning, the big smile from you, but just the level of excitement around this team. How much of that comes from the fact that you're still 39 years old and not that far away from being a player?
Yeah, no, that's how I just feel about football. I feel that football is fun, and that's why everybody around the country, around the world loves the NFL. Everybody loves football, and I think it helps for me just coming from Alabama, where it's, if you don't play football, what else are you going to do? So I had to choose early to like football, and that's just been who I am. Just growing up, like I've always been around ball has always been important to me. It's changed the trajectory of my life, and I'm excited about just being able to be in a position to help these guys, right, to change the trajectory of their lives. Like, go and be successful, but you can have fun. It's stressful enough with the job that we do. It's a lot of hours, a lot of work, but man, when we can go cut it loose and just go play and have fun, I want to be able to do that. I want our guys to be enthusiastic about playing ball.
Okay, so last thing. You don't make that choice to go to football, and you're still sitting back there behind the plate as a catcher. Could that have been a life for you? Was baseball potentially a life for D'Amico Ryans? Did you even know if you were good enough?
Man, I didn't know, but I love baseball. Bo Jackson is from my hometown, and so it was like him being a baseball star, football star. I kind of aspired to be that, but baseball was a first love of mine. I grew to love football, but man, seeing these contracts of the baseball players, I probably should have stayed that route.
Is it any wonder why the Houston Texans are playing loose and confident football right now? They take on the Indianapolis Colts. Bill Rosinski, Derek Rackley standing by with all the action from Lucas Oil Stadium. We begin at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Halftime score in Game 1, Pittsburgh 7, Baltimore 7. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Hey, you're up next. My throat hurts so bad. There's no way I can sing tonight.
Here, try these.
Vicks VapoCool Drops.
Yeah, Vicks VapoCool Drops has maximum strength menthol with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Ooh, I can already feel it.
I told you. So, you ready?
I'm ready.
Please welcome to the stage.
Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks VapoCool Drops.
O'Reilly.
Extend the life of your engine with regular oil changes and save at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, pick up 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for just $31.99. Or upgrade to a MicroGuard Select filter for just $2 more. Limits apply. We have all the supplies you need for your next oil change at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you the type of person who always expects a little more out of life? Then it might be time for the 2024 Kia Telluride X Pro. With its gloss black grille and amber headlights, this SUV is stylish enough to stand out in any setting. With its high-end tech and surround view monitor, it's equipped to make your life easier in all different ways. With seating for 7 people and second-row captain's chairs, it's comfortable enough to have you always dreaming of your next excursion. And with its impressive ground clearance, upgraded traction control system, and all-terrain tires, it's rugged and capable enough that the trip doesn't have to end when the pavement does. With all of these premium features and more, there's no doubt the Telluride X Pro can take you beyond your expectations. And beyond that, the 2024 Kia Telluride X Pro. Welcome to a new elevation. To learn more, visit kia.com/Telluride today. Kia, movement that inspires.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for the National Football League.
WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back to the halftime show. We've got a tie game at the break, and these two teams since the mid-1990s have played more one-score games than any two teams in the National Football League. It looks like that's the way we are headed in a wet second half in Baltimore. This has been the Westwood One NFL Halftime Report, sponsored by Wendy's, with Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles. You can choose the pair you want. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo single item at regular price. Our halftime score, Pittsburgh 7, Baltimore 7. When we return, Mike Watts and Devin McCourty have the second half kickoff. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help, so you can get the right answer and product right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, during Staples Print Big Sale, get $20 off your print purchase of $100 or more, $50 off your print purchase of $200 or more, and $100 off your print purchase of $300 or more. So the more you print at Staples, the more you save. To demonstrate, print at Staples, you save. But if you print at Staples, you save. See how that works? Staples Print Big Sale. Print more, save more, up to $100. Ends 2/10. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Welcome back to Baltimore. The rain continued. It swirls around the harbor. Steelers 7, Ravens 7 in the first game of Week 18, the season finales in the NFL. With Devin McCourty, Mike Watts, let's check the halftime stats. Sponsored by Indeed. Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Indeed's video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit. The Baltimore Ravens turning to Tyler Huntley to allow Lamar Jackson to sit out Week 18. 5 of 10 throwing for 56 yards and a 27-yard touchdown to Isaiah Likely. It's 11 carries for 56 yards for a Raven offense with just 5 first downs and 104 total yards. Meanwhile, for the Ravens, Najee Harris leads the way, 11 rushes for 48 yards. The Steelers in total, 18 carries for 90 yards with a Najee Harris touchdown. And Mason Rudolph is 14 of 16 for 77 yards. The Steelers quarterback for a third straight week has led the Steeler offense to 10 first downs and 155 total yards. The Steelers fumbling on the final drive of that opening half with a chance to grab the lead, Devin. And now the Ravens will get the ball out of halftime. If you're Baltimore, you're the number 1 seed. You don't have a lot to play for. You still want to make a point. If you're the Steelers, a win is still huge.
And I said it in the beginning of the game. For Baltimore, it's about good execution. It's about running and playing football the way it's supposed to be played. The difference right now, turnovers. Pittsburgh has owned time of possession. They've gained more yards, but that last turnover took points off the board for them possibly, and that's been the difference. So I look for a very similar first half. Pittsburgh's going to look to run the ball. We see that that's their strength. When they have to drop back and pass, guys like Van Noy and Clowney came alive and made plays. And Baltimore will look to run the ball as well and take advantage of some of those situations, throwing the ball down the field, finding guys like Likely in the middle, and we'll look to see if they can get one of these receivers involved in the game today.
I'll be happy that you are either indoors or in your car or somewhere warmer than this. 35 degrees, rain, still no snow. Steelers 7, Baltimore 7, and Chris Boswell will kick off left to right on your radio dial for the Steelers in white. It's going to bounce 4 yards deep in the end zone, and the Ravens will receive a touchback in the ball at their own 25. For Pittsburgh, it's fairly simple. The 2 easiest of the 5 paths to the playoffs: a win and Jacksonville losing at Tennessee tomorrow at 1 o'clock, or a win and a loss by Buffalo on Sunday Night Football. A loss, they're not eliminated. It'll be very difficult. All the while, these Ravens, number 1 seed, trying to tie their franchise record with a 14th win this year to move to 14-3. Snoop Huntley will start. Someone is missing a helmet. It was, in fact, Tyler Huntley. Oh, wow. He's got it, and he enters the huddle.
They're going to get a delayed game with it.
5-yard penalty. First down.
Some poor staffer is sprinting down the sideline to bring him a helmet, but it's too late.
So what happens is the microphones, like, they go in the quarterback's helmet.
Right.
So it's usually locked away. They had to run it out to Tyler Huntley. I've never seen that before in my 13 years in the NFL.
Feel for the guy, man. He's got 3-week-old baby at home, too. Handoff here from Huntley on 1st and 15 as the handoff over the left side that barrels over the 20 and out to the 23-yard line from Gus Edwards.
A short game, but to start the game, going into the run game. Now we'll look to see a second down, second and long. Does Baltimore decide to maybe put the ball in the air and see, as I saw Malik Cunningham now coming into the game.
Signed December 12th off the New England practice squad. He's a quarterback, but he's also listed as a receiver, and he will be in the slot. 4 receivers set. In the shotgun, catching the snap. Huntley, he's under pressure, climbs the pocket, he's hit and sacked at the 18-yard line. T.J. Watt picks up his 18th sack of the year, most in the NFL. Highsmith came in as well. And Watt now, solo leader in sacks in the league, passes over Trey Hendrickson, who plays Cleveland tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, T.J. Watt, he's a pretty good football player. Off the edge again. Huntley not taking much time to read. He sees what he sees. He doesn't like it. He moves up in the pocket trying to get away, and T.J. Watt takes him down for a sack. They might need to double-team T.J. Watt in these passing situations.
Could become the first player in NFL history to lead the league in sacks in 3 different seasons. Huntley, deep drop, back to throw, rolling right, pressure, throw, ball tipped, incomplete, flies out to the 43. When slipping through the hands, Highsmith lays the wood on Huntley, and that drive was doomed from the start with the delay of game for lack of helmet, and then the sack. It's 4th and 16. The Ravens will punt.
That's just not the way you want to open the half. You talk about having a good football operation. No helmet for the quarterback, not normal.
Austin is factory term. Punt is away here from Stout, and this is going to send him way back. He dropped the ball at the 20. Running backwards, picks it up at the 15. Forward, 25, 30, steps down the far sideline, gets popped into the far Steelers sideline around the 35, and that was a real treacherous effort that sees Trenton Simpson come in and lay the wood at the end. That was near disaster. All the while, the Steelers will have it. 1st and 10 at their own 36. Minute and 47 seconds into the third quarter in a 7-7 tie. This is Westwood One's coverage, the National Football League.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or BigLou.com.
Helix Wireless transforms how people and businesses connect through patented smart SIM technology, connecting everything, everywhere. Helix delivers the IoT wireless connections that businesses need to succeed. Relied on by the world's top companies, Helix provides a comprehensive suite of connectivity solutions for businesses of all sizes, whether you're a startup, small business, or major enterprise. To learn more, visit helixwireless.co. Helix Wireless, a proud partner of the WFAN.
Looking for Continental winter tires? Then head to Town Fair Tire, New England's largest volume discount tire dealer. We've got Continental tires in every size for every vehicle, in stock with more arriving daily, all at the guaranteed lowest price. And when you add the most free services for life, it's easy to see how nobody beats Town Fair Tire for your new Continental winter tires. And I mean nobody.
Name brand best discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Steelers 7, Ravens 7, 13-13 to play in quarter number 3. Steelers will have the ball, but later on we'll select the defender of the game. Sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving the armed forces, the DoD, veterans, and their families. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Ravens, at one point, it ended in August against Washington, won 24 straight preseason games. Sometimes you change the personnel at halftime and you don't drop off. Ravens defense will see some changes, one would imagine. Rudolph goes under center, pulling guard, handoff, that's Harris. 45-50 into the Raven logo at midfield, he got tripped up. A 15-yard gain. A great run for Najee Harris. That is his longest of the game.
And you just spoke about it, that drive. This drive now gives us Patrick Queen not in the game. So this will now be Baltimore's first opportunity to be out there without Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen, getting those guys safely to the sideline and hopefully into the playoffs after their bye week next week.
And healthy at that. Austin motions right to left. Rudolph goes under center. Harris breathing deeply in the backfield. Handoff right up the middle. It's Harris challenging the front line of the Raven defense again. Barreling into midfield, being forced down in the Baltimore logo. There's a Raven walking away with the football. And that was Trenton Simpson, but that's all it is. He had a fumble recovery last week against Miami. Play had already been whistled dead. Don't miss all the NFL excitement on CBS. Tomorrow, the Chicago Bears meet the Green Bay Packers. Check your local listings for more details. Catch the NFL on CBS. There's a gain of 2 for Harris. Second down at 8 from the Raven 47. First drive of the second half for the Steeler offense. Under center, handoff, right side. Harris got hit up high, and then 2 Ravens come in and finish the job, including Jadeveon Clowney, the wealthier Jadeveon Clowney, near midfield at the 49. Loss of 2, third and 10.
What you love about that sequence is on first down, they go to run the ball. Big Michael Pierce clogs the middle, nowhere to go. So then Pittsburgh says, okay, Michael Pierce, you got that. We're going to go outside. Then Jadeveon Clowney throws his guy out of the way, grabs the running back, and throws him down to basically tell Pittsburgh, it doesn't matter where you go, we're everywhere.
Steelers are 3 of 8 on third down. Barely into Ravens territory. Tie game at 7. Drops back into an empty backfield. Rudolph gets the snap, and this play is whistled dead. That is delay of game.
Prior to the snap, delay of game. Offense, 5-yard penalty. Third down.
Ravens block. That delay of game was all you, reads the scoreboard. It's about half full. I guess that. Thank you, Ravens fans, I suppose.
I will say this. This is a big play for this Pittsburgh offense. Their touchdown drive early in the first quarter, 12 plays. Since then, they've run 17 plays before this drive. So they need to have some time to be on the field and try to score points. Spending way too much time on the sideline.
Jalen Warren in alongside Rudolph. He fumbled the snap as it came back. He dives down on it back at the 40, and he's tapped down there.
What I love about that, Michael, is Rudolph fumbles the snap. He falls on the ball. All you see is Kyle Van Noy and Jadeveon Clowney diving on the floor to touch Rudolph, and now they're pointing at each other to see who got the sack. These guys know it's just free stats out there right now.
Both these guys are approaching double digits. A weird snap that forces Harvin to the right, and on fourth down, punt is away, fair caught at the 21-yard line by the Ravens return man, Tylan Wallace. And the score remains tied at 7 with 10:21 to go in the third quarter. The Ravens will have the ball as they try and gain their first lead against the Steelers today. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Gain the credentials and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with a degree from University of Maryland Global Campus. Our MBA and most graduate cybersecurity courses start January 10th. Apply now and save with no application fee. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with the affordability you need to put your next success within reach. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chev.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question.
had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. I run payroll too.
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Don't miss out on limited-time appliance deals during the closeout event at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $100 when you spend $999 or more on all major appliances. Hurry, these deals are too good to last long. Shop in-store or online today, because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid 1/4 through 1/24. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for details.
Baltimore with the ball. Ravens 7, Steelers 7. Ravens will have it at their own 21 after the Pittsburgh punt 5 minutes or so into the third quarter. Stream the NFL on Web 1 for free. Sponsored by AutoZone. All season long, you can listen to our broadcasts of the NFL live on WestwoodOneSports.com, on the NFL app by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports, on our affiliate stations' digital platforms. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging. That's right, get your battery tested and charged for free. Make AutoZone your end zone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Well, the Ravens get their second crack at it. A sack, a delay a game. First drive of the second half didn't go so hot. They'll get another run at it now with Tyler Huntley.
The good thing is it doesn't take much to make this drive better than the last drive for them.
Huntley welcomed a son into the world, Tyler Jr., back on December 14th. 8 pounds, 12 ounces. He said it's us against the world now. Huntley handoff up the middle, and it's an immediate hit on Gus Edwards as he plunges into the line of scrimmage, and Mark Robinson catches him in the hole at about the 23. They'll say no gain. They get a gain of 2, beg your pardon. Second down and 8.
And we talked about this coming out of the half. We expect a very similar game, and Pittsburgh is still playing physical, aggressive, downhill football, and Baltimore starting off with the run, and then we'll see as they brought Likely back in that tight end if we see some play action with him working the middle.
They brought Malik Cunningham into the game as well, slot right. Huntley, snap right at the chest, handoff Edwards, goes up the middle, and that got stuffed out at the 24-yard line. And it's going to be third down and 7 from the 24 of the Ravens. Clock ticks under 9:30 to go in the third quarter.
I wonder as they've brought Malik Cunningham into the game 2 times, are they kind of setting up an opportunity to bring him in and have some kind of trick play? I know these weather conditions aren't true trick play type of, but they have nothing to lose in Baltimore to run a trick play with Malik Cunningham and see him possibly some kind of double pass.
Cunningham redshirted behind Lamar Jackson at Louisville in 2017 and then went on to start 47 games for the Cardinals. He remains in the game. Huntley gets the ball. He's under pressure. He's immediately sacked. T.J. Watt got there again. Celebrating back at the 10, lifting his right leg up into the air with a salute of the helmet. It is now 19 sacks for T.J. Watt as he tries to wrap up the sack lead in the NFL.
I think he was raising that leg to let you know he hears you, and he hears you say he's leading, and he's just trying to edge it and put it up a little bit more as he comes off that edge, and he's so tough. It's just hard to get hands on him the way he bends the corner to get to the quarterback.
Low snap punted away by Jordan Stout on 4th down. Austin will catch it at the 27, starts forward. He steps wide, spins at the 34-yard line, and he gets drilled directly in between the hash marks. That is now 16 career T.J. Watt sacks against the Baltimore Ravens. It set up the punt 56 yards, a 7-yard Austin return. And the Steelers will have it first and 10 at their own 34 after this timeout. Steelers 7, Ravens 7 with 8:18 to play in the third quarter. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
AutoZone. Is your battery dead? At AutoZone, you can get the right Duralast battery to get you back on the road. Duralast batteries are designed to deliver OE performance and strong starts, even in extreme weather conditions. When you have a battery problem, get the right Duralast battery for your vehicle at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Business has always been about turning a profit, making money. But can it stand for something more? Something beyond dollars and cents? We think so. We think that today, business has a higher calling, a purpose to be fair and just, to do right by their workers, customers, communities, and the environment. And it turns out companies successful doing that also do better for their bottom line. When you see the Just Capital seal, it means this company is a force for good. Visit justcapital.com to learn more.
Selling online is a lot like football. You need guts. You need stamina. You need conversion. Touchdown! And Shopify is the best converting checkout on the planet. Now, we're not just talking two-point conversions. Shopify's checkout converts up to 36% better than other leading e-commerce platforms. So whether you're just starting out or scaling up, score more sales with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/touchdown.
Welcome back to the Grainger broadcast booth in Baltimore. Along with the three-time Super Bowl champion Patriot Devin McCourty, I'm Mike Watts. Huddle up with Grainger to get more done. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call clickgrainger.com or stop by one of over 250 branch locations. Steelers and Ravens tied at 7. And the Steelers, after a Baltimore punt, start 1st and 10 at their own 34 with 8:18 to play in the third. Mason Rudolph in the game at quarterback. Under center, handoff to the left. It's a counter to the right, and this is Harris spinning his way forward up the near side hash mark to the 45-yard line. Davius Robinson makes the tackle. It's a gain of 11.
Najee Harris right off that right side. They open a good hole for him where he shoots through, and they get him down in the secondary that time. But I think both of these teams need to look to try to throw the ball on early downs because they're struggling to pick up the pass rush in the obvious pass situations.
Harris, the third-year running back out of Alabama, is on the verge of Steeler history. 998 yards this year. Audible at the line of scrimmage. Robinson widens out inside the near side numbers. Off the right hash, it's a pitch to the right-hand side, and Harris running backwards into the sideline. A little further away from history now. He's out of bounds back at the 43-yard line. Delshon Phillips just made his 11th tackle of the game. He's trying to be just the first first Steeler ever to have 1,000 or more rush yards in his first 3 years in the league. He's right on the verge.
That's an awesome stat, but our producer behind me, Mike Eby, also let me know it's 17 games, though. So we're going to have to always debate this going forward with this 17 and then possibly going to 18. A lot of records to be broken pretty soon.
In the shotgun, Rudolph, empty set, 2nd and 14. Snap, pressure, he is sacked by Trenton Simpson. His first sack of the season. Simpson comes free off the right-hand side, and Rudolph never saw him. Back at the 35. 3rd down and 20.
Just said that you run the ball on first down, you don't get yards. Now Baltimore subs. They sub Vanoy and Clowney, and they bring more of the pass rush guys. They blitz. Simpson gets the sack, and now you have a 3rd and long situation where Pittsburgh just doesn't want to be in these situations.
60th sack of the year for Baltimore, most in the NFL. 3rd down and 20. From the 35 of the Steelers, Rudolph snap. It's a screen over the left-hand side, and there's nothing there. It's blown up at the line of scrimmage. Jalen Warren no further. He got 1 yard crawling over that line. And it's 4th and 19. The Steelers sent out the punting unit.
Baltimore did a good job knowing, all right, it's 3rd and long. We want to get after the quarterback, but we have to be smart. So they had some guys get to the quarterback, and they had other guys ready for the screen play, and they're able to shut it down right away.
Steelers scored with 2:36 to go in the first. This is their 4th punt since, and 2 turnovers as well. Harbin got it away, and calling for a fair catch. It is snatched at the 16-yard line. And that fair catch leads to the Ravens having the ball with Marion Williams, the returner. An unusual face back there. Steelers 7, Ravens 7. 5:32 to go in the third quarter. Ravens will have the ball when we return. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. And great shaves start with Barbasol Shaving Cream. For whatever your day brings, start it off right with the American original, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Barbasol.
The venue set. Families coming in from all over. It's their quinceañera. With all the excitement, it may be easy to overlook COVID-19. It's still a risk, and that's why it's muy importante to get this season's COVID-19 shot ahead of time. It helps protect against COVID-19, which can cause severe illness and hospitalization. So let's set the date, vaccinate, and celebrate. Learn about a vaccine option and book this season's updated COVID-19 shot today at schedulecovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wake up not knowing what you want? Now you can have a little of everything. With Wendy's Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles, you can mix and match your very own perfect pairing of our delicious morning favorites. Choose from the sausage biscuit, egg or cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, or medium hot coffee. The choice is all yours, not somebody else's. Get breakfast just the way you want it with Wendy's Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular.
Now during Staples Print Big Sale, get $20 off your print purchase of $100 or more, $50 off your print purchase of $200 or more, and $100 off your print purchase of $300 or more. So the more you print at Staples, the more you save. To demonstrate, print at Staples, you save. But if you print at Staples, you save. See how that works? Staples Print Big Sale. Print more, save more, up to $100. Ends 2/10. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Ever wonder which companies deserve your hard-earned dollar? Ask Just Capital. It's a nonprofit that helps large companies do good for the world because a just business is a better business. Learn more about their mission at justcapital.com. The Ravens fans have figured out Devin McCourty's in the booth, kind of.
They don't know if I'm Devin or Jason.
Which one are you?
I think I'm Devin.
I'm Devin. 7-all. Ravens have the ball first and 10 at their own 18. 5:32 to play in the third. Huntley catches the snap, throws an out route near side, incomplete, seeking Laquan Treadwell. And you look at the receivers today. Treadwell is the only wideout. They've thrown to two tight ends and a running back that's caught a ball yet for the Ravens and is 1 for 16 yards.
I mean, and think about this. Since halftime, this Baltimore offense has gone backwards. They need to start going forward. They need to start going the other way, the other direction, because if not, this defense is going to be on the field for a long time. And we don't want to end in a tie today.
No, we don't. Neither does the league office, I imagine, trying to parse that out. Second down and 10 from the Raven 18. Huntley, quick throw middle, caught by the tight end. That's Kohler, and he is upended and then dragged down at the 30-yard line between the hash marks for a gain of 12. Make it 13. First down, Baltimore. Much needed.
Good job by Kohler. Earlier in this game, he had a drop. And this one, you see, he took his eyes and he looked this ball all the way in. He knows the conditions now. It took a drop for him to realize, but does a good job picking up a big gain and a big first down for this Baltimore offense.
Steelers trying to make the playoffs. No Fitzpatrick, Thompson, Kasier, Neal, the safeties out there. Top two linebackers, too. Hand off over the right side, first down and 10 from the 30. And T.J. Watt, 2 sacks already on the day, making the tackle on Gus Edwards at the 32-yard line. A reminder that you can watch NFL Network and Westwood One announcer Jason McCourty every weekday. Good Morning Football from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern and Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern and Pacific, only on NFL Network.
Every time I call a game, I always hear this advertisement. I don't get it. Like, no one wants to watch him. Like, why do we not throw that card out?
It's second down and 8. Huntley, play action, steps back, he's flush, rolls right, he looks, throws a middle, caught shy of midfield, and then dropping down immediately as the tackle came in from the side. Nelson Aguilar made his first catch. There is an injured Steeler down at the 32-yard line. That is T.J. Watt. He is pounding the ground over and over again, and a number of Steelers just drop to a knee around him as the training staff checks in on a player that has accumulated 19 sacks, most in the league, and he's grabbing his left leg.
Not a good sign right there. You never want to see this. This guy is one of the best players we have in this league. So just seeing him go down is not what we want to see. And the tough part is he just looks like he's in a lot of pain over there, slamming the ground, rolling around. So I have to wait and see how bad of an injury this is.
So he leapt in the air trying to get his arms in the way of the Huntley pass, and in doing so, he lands, and Montravius Adams Sr. was leaping across his body and made what looked like knee-to-knee contact on his left knee, and it does not look great as we get another look at it here. And he is making his way off the field and trying to get a better look at where he's headed. What a season for T.J. Watt yet again. Now 95.5 career sacks. He's 2 clear of Trey Hendrickson, 2.5 clear of Josh Allen, 3 clear of Khalil Mack for the sack lead. He's trying to be the first NFL player ever to lead the league in sacks over 3 separate seasons.
It's a tough way to watch the way his knee bends, but we never want to predict what exactly we think it is. These training staffs are some of the best in the world. They'll go check him out. He's a tough guy, but you just hate seeing him have to be helped off the field for what he's meant for this Pittsburgh defense and the way he's played today so far. He's played like a man trying to will his team into the playoffs.
T.J. Watt asked this week, why is this team so resilient? He said Mike Tomlin, but a lot of guys in that locker room would say T.J. Watt. Yep. Malik Cunningham back into the game, getting the football. Huntley, and a handoff right up the middle. Edwards got stymied. He almost jumps in the air as he got hit, and he goes down at about the 49-yard line. There's 3:40 to play in the third quarter. It's tied at 7. Second down and 9 coming up, a 1-yard gain, a yard shy of midfield for the Raven offense.
Other than that one run by Gus Edwards earlier in the first half, really hasn't been much room for him running the ball. They haven't been able to get Gus the bus going downhill to pick up yards, and it's put more pressure on Huntley to throw the ball and find open guys.
Because he made too many stops. Motion right to left is Edwards out of the backfield. Faking, running, spinning, rolling right. Huntley throws for the sideline, incomplete. Nobody in the area. He got hit. He released. Marcus Golden is in. Hayward flushed him. Golden followed him. And Golden has had some really productive years, but an up-and-down season for sure for the vet.
And I tell you one thing, watching Lamar Jackson, Tyler Huntley, these guys are in the pocket, and it's like their feet are just it's bouncing all the way, and all he did was roll right and throw the ball away. But for a second, you just get excited because you're like, where's his feet about to go next? So a good job just getting rid of the ball there.
They're kind of like a good boxer, right?
Yeah,
they seem like they're constantly sort of shifting their weight and waiting for their moment. Third down and 9 for the Ravens from their own 49. Huntley gets the ball. He steps back to the 40, throws left. It is through the hands of Justice Hill on the out route. Would have been short of the line to gain. It is 4th down and 9, and the Ravens will play the field position game and send out Jordan Stout, the second-year punter out of Penn State.
The key for the defense has been taking away the middle of the field. They took it away that time. Huntley couldn't find anybody, tries to check it down to Justice Hill, and is out of his reach in an incomplete pass, as now they'll punt the ball away.
He stands back at the 35 on the right-hand side of the field. Calvin Austin stands back at the 10 to our left. Low snap fielded off the ground. Stout gets it in the air. Fair catch called for at the 11, and trudging just outside the hash mark, caught by Austin, and that's where the Steelers will begin. The NFL playoffs are almost here. It all starts with Super Wild Card Weekend, presented by Verizon. 12 teams, 6 games, 3 days, 1 epic weekend. You can hear each of those games right here on Westwood One. The road to Super Bowl 58 starts January 13th, and that road will not see the Ravens nor the 49ers in the wild card round. The two number 1 seeds will play the following week in the divisional. The Steelers are just hoping they're not golfing.
Hey, we got to see if they ever look for George Pickens today.
Not yet. Rudolph, handoff, right side. Harris bashes his way forward at the 10, turns upfield and brought down around the 16-yard line. That's a gain of 5 yards, and Najee Harris has crossed 1,000 yards rushing this year, albeit in 17 games, and the first Steeler running back to 3 1,000-yard seasons. Watt is making his way, it appears, toward the locker room on the far sideline, and he is under his own power with trainers all around him. We'll give you updates as we receive them. Rudolph goes back under center, 2nd down and 5 from his own 16. Handoff left. The offensive line gets a bit of push out to the 20-yard line into the 20.5, and it's about a half yard shy of the 3rd down.
Pittsburgh is going and relying heavily on this run game. My biggest concern is when Baltimore gets that stop on 1st down, and now we have 2nd and long and then 3rd and long as they rush to the ball on this 3rd and 1 situation and try to pick it up.
And Rudolph goes under center with a very big set. It's a handoff to the wide receiver. That's Pickens. His first touch of the game. He runs right outside the tackle, then goes forward with a massive 1st down motion as he was able to dive down to the 22-yard line. And there is an injured player down on the field. And we've got multiple people around him right now, making it difficult to see who that is. It's an important 1st down, just the 2nd conversion the last 8 tries after Pittsburgh started 2 for 3. It may have been the defensive back who came pouring down to try and make the hit. It looks like Geno Stone, who is the 2nd leading interception king of the NFL, right behind Deron Bland. 7 picks this year. Only Ed Reed has accumulated more picks in a season for the Ravens, and he got off to that epic start to the season.
And this would be a tough break because Geno Stone, considered by probably a lot of people in Baltimore as a Pro Bowl snub, and he talked this week about earning the respect of guys around the league, being in games and after games, guys telling him and coming up to him, telling him how well he's played and what he's been doing. But also I saw Deshaun Phillips being seen by a trainer and being taken off. So we'll have to see.
In the case of Stone, that safety room is really banged up. Hamilton was questionable. Kyle Hamilton, the Pro Bowler, is not featured today. Darryl Worley was placed on injured reserve this week. They elevated Andrew Adams. Ardarius Washington is available. Then Marcus Williams, a traditional starter, playing today as well. Crowd starts to applaud Geno Stone. He's to his feet, and he's making his way under his own power, but with a heavy limp toward the near sideline. And that, to your point, not a guy the Ravens can really afford to lose going into the playoffs.
Yeah, with him now limping off. But another sight right now is seeing Patrick Queen have to go back into the game. We talked about this, me and you, off the air. There's not a lot of guys on the roster. You don't have endless amount of guys to put in. So with Deshaun Phillips going down, that now brings Patrick Queen back in. And I'm sure Baltimore had enough safeties. They put a safety in that linebacker instead of Queen, but they're just low on numbers right now.
Yep, Queen runs onto the field. You know, in preseason you get 90 guys, and Jim Harbaugh said over and over again, we don't get 90 guys. John Harbaugh, beg your pardon. Jim's busy.
He's preparing for a big game, too.
Yeah, yep.
And now it looks like Phillips, they were holding his arm coming off on the sideline as trainers check him out on the bench. So, credit to Patrick Queen. This is always tough to be on the sideline and have to go back into the game as he grabs gloves from the equipment manager because he threw his probably in the crowd.
Right. So it's a 1st down and 10 for Pittsburgh at their own 23. Clock starts to tick under 1:20 remaining in the 3rd quarter. Mason Rudolph takes from under center, gives up the middle, and a whole flock of Ravens get involved at the line of scrimmage and force the running back down. That's Robinson making the initial contact on Harrison. Once more, everyone's talking about 2019 here, right? That was when the Ravens last got the number 1 seed, won 14 games, sat 8 starters on the last day purely on rest, and lost in the divisional round.
Yeah, and that's something you have to worry about. That's why I tell people, you have to go play football. That's the only way you're going to get to the Super Bowl, get to where you want. You got to play football. You hope everyone stays healthy, but just sitting on the sideline won't answer that.
Rudolph playing over Pickett, who is available today for the first time since ankle surgery. Handoff to Harris. He goes jitterbugging into the hole over the left guard. And across the 25, able to inch forward to the 28-yard line. Call it the 29. 3rd down and 4. Clock under 20 seconds remaining in the 3rd.
Yeah, and now Matt BK runs back on the field. Van Noy, Clowney back on the field for this huge 3rd down. And we'll see after the quarter end of what Pittsburgh decides to do. These passing situations have been really tough for them in the second half.
So they will switch sides, and we are headed to the 4th quarter. The Steelers' best routes to the playoffs include a win. They are deadlocked with Baltimore 7-all in Week 18's opening salvo. The end of the 3rd quarter here in Maryland with the score Pittsburgh 7, Baltimore 7. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Small business owners, we know finishing your to-do list can feel like climbing a mountain, but that mountain is also covered in banana peels. Then, when something new gets added to your list, you're like, nope, I'm already climbing this huge, super slippery banana peel mountain of a to-do list. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy to manage your policy on our mobile app, so climbing that banana peel mountain feels more like a leisurely stroll. See if you can save on commercial auto insurance in as little as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
Attention, attention. I'm calling on the trendsetters and the underdogs, the disruptors and the slept-on, the ones who've been told they're too much. Welcome to NFL Flag. In this game, there's a position for everyone. No matter who you are, just bring it. Get ready to run, throw, jump, and fly. This game is our game. Let's play. Visit NFLflag.com to find a league and get playing today.
Welcome back to the Grainger broadcast booth in Baltimore. Along with 3-time Super Bowl champion Devin McCourty, I'm Mike Watts. For the ones who get it done, there's Grainger, offering over 1 million industrial-grade products, fast delivery, and free technical support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. An injury update on T.J. Watt, a left knee injury. He will not return for the Steelers. Now, Devin, number 1 seed for the Ravens. You got to buy a lot when you were in New England. You said 9 times in your 13-year career. But you have to balance how much you want to play that last game, because you got to play football to get to the Super Bowl, but you can't be hurt if you want to play.
Exactly, and that's what surprises me. I understood their starters playing, but Patrick Queen went out. They were done, and they bring him back in. Surprised me that they don't just make any type of adjustment, moving Moon maybe inside and letting him play inside linebacker, maybe moving a defensive tackle or a defensive end to play on the outside just to get by in the game. But it surprises me you take a guy who's now been on the sideline, mentally out of the game, and you put him back in the game. But again, credit to Patrick Queen being that type of leader. Didn't hesitate, ran back out there, and is ready to go.
Steelers have the football. 3rd and 4 at their own 29 to start the 4th quarter. Tied at 7 with their playoff hopes largely riding on this game. Snap back. Cam Rudolph guns it on the middle. That's caught at midfield. Wide open. Deontay Johnson running down the hash mark. 10-5. Touchdown. 71 yards. And the Steelers' playoff hope very much alive. And the first play of the 4th quarter, the ultimate Steeler playoff buoying effort. A 71-yard pitching catch. The last 50 all on the ground. Steelers 13, Ravens 7.
Mason Rudolph throw a slant and let him do the rest. Deontay Johnson catches the ball. Baltimore's defense has nobody left in the middle of the field after he catches his ball, and you are not catching Deontay Johnson when he gets a head start.
78 yards on his first 17 attempts. Boswell on for the extra point, and kicking right to left, knocks it through. 71 yards on that completion alone. And for Ravens fans, that's definitely a Pepto-Bismol upsetting moment. Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of the reach of children. There was a flag on the extra point. Wow, did Pittsburgh just pull a rabbit out of their hat.
This was a crazy play. It looks like Marcus Williams kind of flat-foots it in the other route, and he misses Deontay Johnson coming behind him.
The result of the play is a successful try. After the play is over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense, number 92. That's 15-yard penalty.
Justin Matipitko on the point after, so a 15-yard penalty that'll be enforced on the kickoff.
Not a good penalty. After giving up that touchdown, you need your offense to get a little bit of a boost to respond, but now you're starting off going backwards, and that's what we've talked about a lot with this Ravens offense this half, is going backwards, and now they're going backwards because of the defense. Just not a good second half so far for Baltimore.
Deontay Johnson acquired in the Antonio Brown trade as a draft pick in 2019. The former Toledo Rocket missed about a month and a half of this year due to a hamstring injury. With 4 catches, he would pass Antonio Brown for most receptions by a wide receiver in the first 5 years as a Pittsburgh Steeler. Wouldn't you know it? That's his 4th reception.
He's been the go-to guy in the passing game for Pittsburgh today. He's made some big catches, obviously not a lot of passes, but making that catch right there, that might be a deciding factor for this Pittsburgh offense, because that was huge.
14-7 Pittsburgh over Baltimore with 14:49 to play in the fourth quarter. The Steelers will kick off from midfield after the penalty, and it is pooched toward the end zone, and Boswell leaves it about a yard and a half shy of the gooseneck. Bounces over the chalk. Hey, don't miss all the NFL excitement on NBC. Tomorrow night, the Buffalo Bills meet the Miami Dolphins. The AFC East on the line. Of course, you can hear that game beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Many of these same stations on the NFL app or online at westwoodonesports.com. That sounds like a good time.
Yeah, I'll be there on the pregame show. How come EB couldn't pass you that Devin McCourty will be on there? Like, what's going on here?
With NBC's and Westwood One's own Devin McCourty. Handoff right up the middle here on the first play of the drive for Baltimore. And Melvin Gordon III is able to angle through the line of scrimmage and get out to about the 30-yard line. Gain of 5, 2nd and 5 coming up.
That might be Melvin Gordon's first time carrying the ball since that fumble. And for Baltimore today, 7 first downs but 6 punts. They need to not punt on this drive right here.
Motion across the formation is Aguilar. It is a handoff, and it is snuffed out in the backfield. The first hit made by Marcus Golden, stepping in for the injured T.J. Watt. And it's back to the 27-yard line. Loss of 2, 3rd and 7 with a minute gone in the fourth. The Steelers up 14-7.
Marcus Golden doing a good job taking advantage of the opportunity. Obviously, this defense does not want to see T.J. Watt go down. But what better way, if he's going down, he's not coming back today, to step up and go in that locker room and tell your guy, hey, we won this game for you.
Ravens have won 6 in a row. The AFC's confirmed number 1 seed. Huntley drops back. He feels pressure from behind. He throws to the 34. That is caught, and leading forward to the 35 as he went down. Caught by Aguilar, falling to the ground with a first down catch of 7 yards.
Yeah, right there you can see this Pittsburgh defense, they were kind of scrambling. They were trying to figure out who's supposed to be where, and Eric Rowe was yelling at Sullivan to come across the field. Then the ball snapped, and Aguilar makes the catch and falls forward for the first down. So not a good job by Pittsburgh being ready to go.
Aguilar now the lone receiver to the left, 2 to the right, including Ricard. In the shotgun, taken, and a handoff up the middle. That's Gordon, and he's engulfed by the Steelers' front. Right at the line of scrimmage. It's a gain of 1, second down, and 9 coming up from the 36 of the Ravens. Baltimore trailing 14-7 in the fourth.
Pittsburgh doing a good job of not giving Baltimore any yards in the run game. They're aggressive and physical up front, throwing guys out of the way, and not letting this run game get going in the second half and really all game.
Huntley receives the snap at the numbers. Quick throw to the left-hand side. That's caught by Hill on the flare out of the backfield. Levi Wallace knocks him out of bounds. Shy of the Baltimore 40 at the 39-yard line. Gain of 3. Third down and 6.
Baltimore trying to take advantage of just, if you can't run the ball, let's go quick passes to the running back, thrown out to Justice Hill. Good job by Levi Wallace coming up at that cornerback position and just wrapping up and driving them out of bounds and not giving them an easy way to pick up a first down.
No Beckham or Flowers or Jackson for the Ravens offense. All resting today. Jackson catches the snap, throws over the middle, and that's Huntley rather completing shy of midfield. First down grab by Aguilar at the 49. Got popped by Killebrew, but hung on for a Baltimore first down.
Pittsburgh tries to run some kind of simulated pressure, meaning they sent one guy from the secondary and dropped out a guy from the line of scrimmage, looked like Miles Jack. Nelson Aguilar is able to get right behind him in the soft spot of the zone and pick up the first down. A good throw by Huntley to keep this drive going.
First and 10, a yard shy of midfield for the Raven offense, trailing by 7 with 4 minutes on in the fourth. Huntley gets the ball, pressured, rolls left, ball is batted right back into the backfield by Adams Sr. There was pressure from Alex Highsmith, who was able to force Huntley off his spot. Incomplete, second down.
Adams was able to, throw that ball right back at Huntley, kind of like a volleyball play, spiking it right back. He was only about 1.5 yards, 2 yards away from Huntley and put the big paws on the ball and knocked it right back to him.
Melvin Gordon back into the game as the running back to the left of Huntley. Aguilar motions right to left into the left side slot with a tight end and an additional receiver. Quick throw left side. Caught Aguilar, 45. Tries to sidestep a tackle shy of the 50, and he's brought down by Landon Roberts, who is questionable coming in with a shoulder injury at the line of scrimmage. And it'll be third down and 8. They got to the 49 of the Steelers.
Baltimore decides to go with a quick wide receiver screen on the left side of the field. Good job by middle linebacker Landon Roberts, running inside out, breaking down as now Nelson Aguilar tries to make a juke move and get away, grabs that leg and brings him down. Good job by Landon Roberts.
Only the second time the Ravens have crossed midfield on offense. They scored the last time. Getting the ball, Huntley. Pressure. He throws. It is short of his intended target. Armin Watts comes in and gets a piece of the quarterback, and it's incomplete. And it's fourth down. And from the 49 in Steeler territory, the Ravens will punt trailing by 7. 10-18 to go in the fourth.
That's a perfect picture of rush and coverage. The rush is almost getting there, and Huntley's able to get rid of the ball, but Levi Wallace is all over the receiver, matching the rush with the tight coverage.
Ball caught by the punter Stout, drives it away, backing up to the 10. This is returnable. It's Austin running right to left. He's got a seam. 15-20. Here's sideline 25-30. Steps inside. He's hit, and he continues up to the 40 and then falls down at the 42-yard line. Austin, a 34-yard return on a 39-yard punt. And it'll be Pittsburgh ball when we come back with great field position to try and go up 2 scores for the first time today. Steelers 14, Ravens 7 with 10:03 to play. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Now, during Staples Print Big Sale, get $20 off your print purchase of $100 or more, $50 off your print purchase of $200 or more, and $100 off your print purchase of $300 or more. So the more you print at Staples, the more you save. To demonstrate, print at Staples, you save. But if you print at Staples, you save. See how that works? Staples Print Big Sale. Print more, save more, up to $100. Ends 2/10. Visit staples.com/print for details.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Little Bob here. This year we're doubling down on new at Bob's Discount Furniture. So happy new year! I've got new styles like my Dylan Sectional, new ways to recharge with my Tuxedo Motion sofa, new mattresses for a new lease on life, new colors and new everyday low prices. My Calvin bedroom is just $7.99. I've even got a new look. Wait, you can't see what I'm wearing? Ah, schnickel fritz. When you can have a new year for less, there's only one thing to say.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Helix Wireless transforms how people and businesses connect through patented smart SIM technology, connecting everything, everywhere. Helix delivers the IoT wireless connections that businesses need to succeed. Relied on by the world's top companies, Helix provides a comprehensive suite of connectivity solutions for businesses of all sizes, whether you're a startup, small business, or major enterprise. To learn more, visit helixwireless.co. Helix Wireless, a proud partner of the WFAN.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for the National Football League.
WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Two Ravens defensive updates. Geno Stone, a knee injury, questionable to return. To Sean Phillips, shoulder injury, questionable to return. In the fourth quarter, handoff to the left for Jaylen Warren, stumbling forward for the leading Pittsburgh Steelers. We're under 10 minutes remaining on a rainy night in early January in Baltimore, where the number one seed Ravens trail the Pittsburgh Steelers, who with a win only need one of two results to go their way tomorrow to try and reach the playoffs and move to 10-7. Steelers second down and 6 from their own 47 after a Baltimore punt. The Steelers just regained the lead on a Rudolph to Johnson 71-yard joust. Handoff to Warren. He's bottled up. He breaks off the mass at the line of scrimmage and then spins back into it and goes down. That ball might be out. There's an appeal from some of the Baltimore players as this is all piled up. Millette gesturing. Warren was brought down at the 47. Everyone's looking. The crowd is booing. You would think that might be our answer. Yep, play on. Third down.
Jaylen Warren, he's going to have to be smart. He did fumble this ball, but it looks like, I guess, Pittsburgh got back on it. He bounced off maybe 6 tackles, but you have to know when the journey's over and just go down. His second fumble of the game, and that will crush Pittsburgh if he fumbles again.
It was Moon who hit him and knocked it out. So the pile-up end, 3rd and 6 Steelers from their own 47. Rudolph throws short. Harris tries to bounce off the tackle. He got knocked down by Trenton Simpson. Back at the 45-yard line. Forward progress to the 47. They needed to get to the opposite 47 in Baltimore territory. Didn't even get cross midfield. 4th down.
Short check down pass to Najee Harris, and Simpson just drops the shoulder, and it looks like Najee Harris is going to break the tackle. Simpson grabs his ankle at the last second to bring him down.
Snap back to the punter. It's driven away. Wallace is back to return the Harvin effort. It's going to bounce inside the 10, diving toward the end zone. That will sneak over the goal line and be a touchback. So after Baltimore concedes their longest play from scrimmage all year, the Johnson 71-yard touchdown, they're able to force a punt, and they trail by 7 with 7:41 to go in the fourth here in Maryland. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
The venue's set. Families coming in from all over. It's their quinceañera. With all the excitement, it may be easy to overlook COVID-19. It's still a risk, and that's why it's muy importante to get this season's COVID-19 shot ahead of time. It helps protect against COVID-19, which can cause severe illness and hospitalization. So let's set the date, vaccinate, and celebrate. Learn about a vaccine option and book this season's updated COVID-19 shot today at schedulecovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Don't miss out on limited-time appliance deals during the closeout event at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $100 when you spend $999 or more on all major appliances. Hurry, these deals are too good to last long. Shop in-store or online today, because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid 1/4 through 1/24. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for details.
We all love to follow the pros. And when it comes to selling online, the pros trust Shopify. New Era, Allbirds, Untuckit, Skims, even Mattel. They all sell with Shopify because Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. And it's not just the big brands. Millions of businesses are boosting their sales with the same legendary Shopify checkout. Start selling like the pros and sell with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/touchdown.
You can catch the Rich Eisen Show every weekday, 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern Time on many of these stations. And be sure to look out for 2 new podcasts from Rich Eisen Podcasts. All the NFL hot takes you can handle on Overreaction Monday. And each Tuesday, download What the Football with Susie Schuster and former Raiders CEO Amy Trask. Get them wherever you get your podcasts. You know, the Steelers were free-falling, as Tom Petty would so beautifully sing. Losses to Arizona and New England back-to-back. You thought, how could they possibly recover? They beat Cincinnati, essentially end their season. They'd end up falling last week as well. Then they beat Seattle on the road, and now here they are, up 7 and defending a lead with a chance to make the playoffs in Week 18.
Mike, I agree. I was one of those people saying, where do they go next? Arizona, New England beat you at home, but credit to them being resilient and believing in what they have in their football team.
Baltimore, 4 possessions, 4 punts in the half. Started their own 20 on the touchback. 1st and 10. Huntley catches the snap back. He allows a rush up the middle, and Gus Edwards continues to trudge into the 25-yard line and go down with a 7-yard gain as he eventually leaned forward in the pile.
Now Baltimore playing with some tempo, getting right back on the ball, seeing if they can bring some life to this offense.
Huntley, handoff again over the right-hand side. Edwards continues, ball's out. Steelers jumping for it. They have it. The Steelers force another turnover. Keanu Benton is on top of it at the 31-yard line.
Still have the pile.
The official on the near side already gestured that it would be Steeler ball. They're still going through that pile. Marcus Golden. It is, in fact, Pittsburgh ball. And Pittsburgh came in the second leading team in turnover margin in the NFL this year. Baltimore was first. And they forced an enormous turnover to boost their hopes. Marcus Golden's running away with the ball. The Steelers are celebrating.
We have all the Baltimore fans yelling at us that he was down. But I don't think so. Eric Rowe comes in here, and I played with Eric Rowe. He would do this every single day in practice. He would just run in and punch the ball, and he's now perfected this, coming in, not trying to help on the tackle, but punching right through the ball to cause that fumble. Pittsburgh is now in scoring position.
8 tackles today, leads all Steelers. His 3rd game with the team. Rudolph under center, stares into 5 down linemen for the Ravens. Big set, handoff, Harris runs right across the 30, inside the 25, and outside the hash marks, but inside the numbers, gets upended at the 23-yard line. Clock ticks under 7 minutes to go. Steelers up 14-7, a 9-yard gain, and they're at the Baltimore 23.
That was a good-looking play, a counter run play with Connor Hayward coming back on what we call the flash motion at that tight end position. Najee Harris getting it going left, and then putting his foot in his ground, going right behind Hayward as he throws a lead block and picks up all those yards on the first down play.
Can the Steelers go up 2 scores for the first time today? They beat the Ravens in October. Rudolph, handoff, up the middle, Harris. Sutter steps inside the 20, inside the 15. There's a massive caucus of players coming together, pushing like a rugby scrum. At the 15, angling toward the sideline. Forward progress is over. Harris got picked up and dumped onto the ground. It ended at the 15. Harris up over 100 yards today. And into the red zone go the Steelers, up by 7 with 6 minutes to go.
I think Pittsburgh agreed with me. That was a good-looking play. So they said, hey, if we can run this play to this side, we can run it to the other side. They come back with the same exact play. Now the counter play starting on the right side, going back to the left side, and then Najee Harris is finishing runs all day today. And you start to see it once you get in the fourth quarter, what it means to finish runs.
Timeout, Pittsburgh. Their first team timeout with 5:44 to go in the fourth quarter. Be first down and 10 from the 15, and these are points that could give the Steelers a real fighting chance at the playoffs. A reminder that Westwood One is the only place for exclusive audio coverage of every NFL postseason game, with wildcard round all the way to Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas. The NFL playoffs are on Westwood One. Log on to WestwoodOneSports.com for more details and to listen to the live stream for free. There are 5 teams competing for 3 spots in the AFC. Baltimore, Miami, Kansas City, and Cleveland are in. Jacksonville, Houston, Buffalo, Indy, and Pittsburgh are still alive. And the Steelers are at the 15 of the Ravens, trying to knock off the AFC North champion and the guaranteed number 1 seed in the AFC. Rudolph moves Robinson left to right behind him. Handoff, Harris goes up the middle again. And he continues in a convoy down to the 10 between the hash marks. And the Steelers, they said all week, we love this brand of football. This is Steeler football. They have run it right at Baltimore.
And they ran the same play, Mike, 3 times in a row. This is another counter play with Connor Hayward coming around and leading the way for Najee Harris. And Pittsburgh basically is saying, we're going to put our stamp on the game right now, running right at you, and they're going to try to what we call in football, put your foot on their neck and in this game to see if they can hopefully be in the playoffs next week.
34 carries for 156 for the Steelers. Rudolph under center, second down from the 10. Handoff, Harris. He finds the hole, and he got knocked down between the left guard and the left tackle inside the 10, down to about the 7. There's a first down to be had at the 5. It's now 3rd down and 3 with 4:52 to play in the fourth quarter, and a timeout. Timeout, Baltimore. And John Harbaugh will burn his first stoppage.
Yeah, with 4 minutes and 52 seconds left. I don't know, maybe if Baltimore felt like, hey, let's get a rest and try to get a stop here. It's a little early to be thinking about trying to save time, but I think this Baltimore defense might have just needed a quick break before this 3rd down to talk and see exactly what they think is coming. Pittsburgh's been all run so far in this red zone, but 3rd down might get a pass play here from Rudolph.
Steelers only averaged 80 yards a game the first 8 weeks on the ground. Since over 140 a game. They've got 158 today, and they are trying to really stick it to the Ravens. 3rd down and 3 from the 8. Steeler offense in the red zone. Rudolph gets the ball. He rolls right, throws short, caught, going to the far sideline. Harris goes into the sideline, and on the running back out route, he's able to peel in to the 5-yard line. The clock runs. And did he have enough? It looks like he did. First down and goal at the 4.
Everything looked like run, and they go with the roll pass to the right side, and they hit Najee Harris right in the flat with Patrick Queen trying to run and Stevens being there to get him, but he gets the first down, and now I imagine Pittsburgh will try to run this ball into the end zone.
Rudolph gets beneath Mason Cole. Motion behind him. Handoff to the right, and Harris slipped and fell in the backfield, lost his footing back beyond the 5 at the 7.
Something to note as Patrick Queen ran down that play. He was walking a little gingerly, didn't move much on that play. And I don't think he's hurt, but he looks like he banged maybe his leg or something. Not moving the same way out there. So just something to keep an eye on as Pittsburgh tries to finish off this drive.
Clock ticks to 3:40 in the fourth quarter. Steelers up 14-7 on the Ravens at the Baltimore 6. Second down and goal. Rudolph motions out to the two receivers left. Receiver goes left to right behind him. Handoff to the right. This is Harris. He gets inside the 5. He goes up the hash mark, and he's down at the 3. Third down and goal. And it appears there's a timeout. Baltimore. Their second charge timeout as they stop the clock.
They continue to stop the clock here while they're on defense. Maybe just thinking, hey, we don't have our normal guy Lamar Jackson out here. Let's save as much time when we get the ball back, whether we're down 7 points, 14 points, or 10 points. We'll have to figure this out and trying to play from ahead. That's why he's a veteran. He knows what he's doing.
You know, the thing about Baltimore, they lost to Pittsburgh in October, but they led in the final 2 minutes. They've led in the final 2 minutes of every single game this year. Only the perfect regular season Patriots in 07 can say that they've done that. Well, they're trailing now. Rudolph goes under center. Deep back is Harris. It's a handoff to the receiver left, and Trenton Simpson sniffed it out and knocked down Warren, who ran behind the formation, took the handoff, and 3 cracks at the end zone, all on the ground, and the Steelers went backward. Now 4th and 7.
How about Simpson today? That's the second or third big hit he's made. He's stepped up in his limited role, probably primarily plays on special teams, but getting a chance out here on defense, and he's been a physical, aggressive player for Baltimore.
Baltimore has used their final timeout. All the signs here say free the McNuggets. That's if the opponent misses a field goal. Now Boswell is 28 of 30 this year, 22 of 23 inside 50, and this will be from 25 yards off the left hash. Wind is conceivably at his back. The stoppage.
Correction on the game clock. Set to 3:17.
It was at 3:19. They'll take 2 seconds off. Kuntz is the holder, or rather the snapper. Harvin will hold. 25 yards off the near hash. The rain is slowed a bit, but still pouring down. First field goal attempt of the game for either team. The right-footed kicker, Chris Boswell, looks in to try and give the Steelers a double-digit lead. Low snap, kick is away. It is good from 25 yards, and the Steelers lead by 10 with 3:13 in a game to go. And the Steelers are on the verge of winning Week 18 and putting all the pressure on the remainder of the AFC field.
Really, we could call this a commanding 10-point lead and going up 2 scores with only 3 minutes and 13 seconds with Baltimore having no timeout will be a really uphill climb for this Baltimore Ravens team.
A reminder that for every field goal made this afternoon and throughout the remainder of the season, Barbasol will make a donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol shaving cream, an American original for over 100 years. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. Well, if the Steelers get in, it was a close shave. It is 8 times in 15 years that they've entered the last week, and a win and some help would be enough to get them in the playoffs. They've only gotten in twice in that scenario. There's work to be done tomorrow. Jacksonville and Buffalo will hold their fate in their hands, but a win here, and they gave themselves their best chance.
And a credit to Mike Tomlin. He continues to push this team year after year to be a team that has a chance at the end to be a part of the last dance.
Boswell drives it away, and it bounces over the bow in Baltimore. It is stenciled in white, the rest of Baltimore in block lettering in purple. Steeler clinching scenarios, so Bills loss at Miami on Sunday night, or a Jacksonville loss, or a tie at Tennessee, or Texans and Colts could just tie later, I guess.
I always like to wait to see how this all works out because it's so hard to keep up with ties, losses, wins. And I know for Pittsburgh, they're going to be happy that at least if they can go win this game, you give yourself a chance.
Devin, you never had to worry about it in New England. That's why you didn't care.
Yeah, we were either in or we had no shot to be in.
Okay. Huntley for Baltimore throws quick right. That is caught by Nelson Aguilar at the 30-yard line. After the touchback, that sets up 2nd down and 5 with 3 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Eric Rowe the tackle. The Ravens on a 6-game win streak. It could end here. Getting the football once more, dropping back, quick throw, caught by Hill, 30-35, sends a tackle 40, spins free at the 45 and out close to midfield at the 48. The effort by Alex Highsmith to get down the running back.
Now Baltimore, they have to always be in a rush with no timeouts. They use them on that last drive. They have to get up and go every time they catch this ball in bounds.
Huntley started the playoff game against Cincinnati last year. Throws quick, caught by Kohler at the 45 of Pittsburgh and into Steeler territory with a catch. And Rowan Killebrew stopped that instantly. 6-yard gain, 2nd and 4. Clock at 2:18. The Ravens out of timeouts. Huntley looks in again. Quick snap, drops the throw. Pressure from Highsmith. Rolling right at the 50 toward the sideline. 45 tiptoes into the near side Ravens bench, right near the first down marker. He's a yard short at the 42.
And the best thing Pittsburgh can do right now is protect the sidelines and just tackle. There's not going to be enough time if they can keep everybody in bounds and tackle them. So right there, Snoop Huntley does a good job scrambling, but also scrambling and getting out of bounds to save some time on the clock.
Steelers trying to win their 3rd in a row after a brutal 2-game losing streak to 2 teams that'll finish way out of the playoffs. Could they possibly, in essence, close out the Cincinnati season, put a major knock on Seattle, and then sweep the season series against Baltimore? Clock at 2:08. The Ravens are standing together. They need to reset the play clock.
I believe the sticks showed it was a first down, but it wasn't a first down.
No.
It's 3rd down.
3rd down. There we go. 3rd and 1 from the 42 of the Steelers.
Shane Crew got a little happy. They moved it forward like it was a first down. They said, hold on now, let's bring it back. It's 3rd down.
So Huntley in the shotgun on the midfield logo. Drops back to throw. Moves backward, ball out of the hands of Hill and slides incomplete. Diving in late was Joey Porter Jr. Only 5 seconds elapsed. 2:03 to go in the 4th. And 4th down and 1 coming for Baltimore with no timeouts. The game may well ride on this because it's going to take out the 2-minute warning, too.
Tough right there, too. Huntley looked left first, and he had Kohler open, but he didn't give it another half a second to throw it to him, as Justin Tuck was hoping they got close enough to kick a field goal and an impossible onside kick to have to try to pick up this 4th down play.
Steelers 3rd best in the league on 4th down. 4th and 1 at the quarterback draw up the middle. That's the first down across the 40, diving on the near side hash mark. Huntley picks up the first down to keep this game alive. Trailing by 10, the Ravens get a first down as we enter under 2 minutes to go in the 4th. 1:58 on the clock with the Steelers leading 17-7. And Baltimore will have it at the 35 of the Steelers when we come back. 2-minute warning. Steelers 17, Ravens 7 here in Week 18. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Screeching brakes? Safer stops? Start with Duralast. New Duralast brake pads and rotors provide longer life and more stopping power when replaced together. Duralast brake pads have reduced noise and corrosion resistance with a limited lifetime warranty. Duralast rotors are designed for quiet, safe stops and meets or exceed the performance of the original rotors on your vehicle. Find Duralast only at America's #1 brake destination, AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
You're going to feel a puff of air.
Strong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell her 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Join us tomorrow for the FCS Football Championship game. South Dakota State Jackrabbits meeting the Montana Grizzlies. Ted Emmerich, Ryan Leaf, Taylor Davis will have all the action for you live from Frisco, Texas, beginning at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. More details or to listen to the live stream for free, visit westwood1sports.com. It's the FCS Championship game. It's on Westwood One. Jackrabbits, Grizzlies, oh my. Devin, you got a team you're really excited about in that matchup?
Don't the Jackrabbits, aren't they always in this game? They always have a chance, so I'm going with the Jackrabbits, and I like the name. Why not?
It's all the Dakotas, really, that in terms of the FCS, put up the biggest efforts.
They dominate over there.
Jackrabbits, Bison, the whole thing. 1:58 to go here in the fourth quarter. Steelers lead Baltimore 17-7. Baltimore, the number 1 seed, that was clear coming into the day. Pittsburgh, not eliminated with a loss, but their most realistic path is either a win, the Jacksonville loss at Tennessee tomorrow afternoon, or a win and a Buffalo loss at Miami on Sunday night. Pittsburgh concede on 4th down. It's 1st down and 10 from the 37 they backed it up to. And the Ravens with the ball, driving left to right on a rainy night. High snap pulled down by Huntley. Feels pressure, steps up. He fakes. He's going to run. 35-30. The angle's wide, and with 1st down yardage, dives down at the 26. No timeouts for Baltimore either.
A good pickup, but each time they pick up, 10, 11 yards, but they stay in bounds. They lose a lot of time. It's tough right now.
Huntley to throw. Bullet to the left, that's caught, racing inside, tackle made on Tylan Wallace, his first catch, another 1st down, into the red zone, no timeouts, clock down to 1:25.
From a time standpoint, Baltimore has to start to look to make some passes to the end zone.
Getting the ball, pressure, roll out to the right, Huntley will run at the 10, he's trying to get toward the sideline, he got knocked down, inbounds by Miles Killebrew.
Great tackle by Miles Killebrew. You said it. Huntley was headed to the sideline to get in that white, and Killebrew gets him down right before there.
2nd and 5 from the 9. Clock under 1 minute in the fourth quarter. Ravens down by 10. Huntley catches the snap. He feels a bit of pressure. He runs right again at the 10. He fires to the back of the end zone. No one really intended there. It goes way over Treadwell and down the tunnel. So it's 3rd down and 5 with 45 seconds remaining.
Good job by Huntley right there. You can't lose any more time. Wisely just throws the ball away with no one open. And now it's time for Baltimore. They have to either score or kick a field goal with a two-possession game.
Yeah, it's interesting here now, right? Because Pittsburgh just used their 2nd timeout. And in theory, you got one shot here at the end zone. If it's incomplete, you only waste, 5-6 seconds? And then you have a chance at the onside kick. And if you get the touchdown, all you need is a field goal if you manage to recover and send this to overtime, which I'm sure the Ravens have a hit-and-miss feeling about right now with the 1 seed locked up and 19 days of rest and relaxation coming up.
And a touchdown would be really nice because there is only 45 seconds left. You don't have any timeouts. So to try to kick a field goal and then score a touchdown would be a lot harder rather than score here, get the ball back hopefully for an onside kick. And usually with Justin Tucker, you don't need much. So hopefully they can try to score here if they want to keep their hopes alive at a win today.
Looking for a franchise record-tying 14th win. Down 10 to their arch rival Pittsburgh. Tyler Huntley looks into the gun, catches the snap, pocket collapsing, steps away, lost his footing. He's tapped out by Marcus Golden. And the Ravens are racing to try and get the field goal unit on. They've got no timeouts, clocked at 32. So he's down at the 18. Tucker is on for the field goal attempt. It'll be from between the hash marks from 36 yards. Snap back, ball down, kick is away, the whistles have blown. This isn't going to count. It would have been good, but the Steelers didn't like that look of trying to race guys on. They used their final timeout with 19 seconds remaining.
I think Pittsburgh was trying to avoid possible penalty. They didn't have the right personnel on. But Marcus Golston to step up and get a sack right there as Tyler Huntley tries to get away from him. I mean, theoretically, probably ends the game being able to get that sack right there. As much time wasted when he got that sack. As I looked up at the clock, it was about 38 seconds when he got the sack, and now the field goal team, everybody rushing on, 19 seconds left. That sack was huge from a time standpoint.
Golden has had 3 double-digit sack years. He was inactive against New England, healthy scratch, and he said, look, it's a business, I get it, but now T.J. Watt injured today. Who knows his status? Golden may have a big role to play. Justin Tucker has made his last 28 against the Steelers, only missed twice in 61 tries against Pittsburgh. This to essentially keep the game alive. This will be from 36. Snap placement taken away by Tucker, and through the rain, he knocks it directly down the middle. It's good. And Tucker, now a franchise record, 147 points this season with the field goal. And it makes it Pittsburgh 17, Baltimore 10. The Ravens are within 7 with 16 seconds to go. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. So it comes down to the onside kick now with 16 seconds left.
Not an easy recovery to get. We see this year in and year out. Not many onside kicks are recovered by the kicking team, so hopefully, this weather could help Baltimore. You do these onside kicks, you usually find where you want to go with it. You practice this over and over again on Fridays or Saturdays, and it all comes down to this to get the ball back.
They've got their hands team out there, including Pickens on the wide side, Robinson and Johnson near side. Tucker, the kicker, will run up 5 yards, and he pushes it short, and is recovered by Connor Hayward at the 45-yard line. He dives on the ball, and the Steelers will send the Ravens fans packing. The Pittsburgh Steelers up by 10 with the ball can kneel it out with 15 seconds to play in a game they simply needed to have. A third straight win on the horizon for the Steelers.
Now as the fans begin to exit the game, knowing that is it, Pittsburgh comes out for every team's favorite play. Get in victory formation and take that knee.
Rudolph goes under center, his third start of the year. He kneels down, and it's going to be a third win. A 3-game win streak. The season essentially on the line week after week after week, and Pittsburgh sees zeros on the scoreboard. A 17-10 win. They knock off the number 1 seed. The Ravens lose for the 4th time this year, and 2 of them were to Pittsburgh. The Steelers are alive, 10-7, and the Ravens' 6-game win streak is over. Pittsburgh 17, Baltimore 10.
And credit to Pittsburgh, the way they came out today. They came out as a team hungry. They got Najee Harris going. Deontay Johnson came, big play, and they get a win, and their season is still alive.
Joining us now from the field is Deontay Johnson and Devin McCourty and Mike Watts here in the booth. 4 catches, 89 yards, and that all-important go-ahead 71-yard touchdown reception. What's going through your mind? You catch that at midfield with the season on the line, Deontay, and run 50 yards like your season depended on it.
Hey, man, I'm just happy, just to be able to get that touchdown from my teammates. Just trying to make a play and keep my head in the game the whole time. I wasn't. The weather was bad. You know what I'm saying? Just taking advantage of the little opportunities that I did have coming my way, and I did that.
Deontay, can you just talk to us about what has it meant for this team and this offense to have Mason Rudolph come in, start his 3rd straight game, and really lead you guys? What kind of player has he been, and how has he helped this offense?
I feel like it shows that he's been ready. He's just was waiting on his opportunity. And these last 3 games, he came in and showed that he stepped up and that he was ready, made right plays, and got us the victory. And today he did the same thing. Prepare early this week. Made sure the receivers wide out that we know what we were doing on the outside, and when it came to the run game, everybody just slow, and when he was in there, everybody just trust him, and we want to rally around him to continue to help him out.
All right, you guys did your job. How will you spend tomorrow watching these games and figure out if you're in the playoffs?
Hey, man, it's in God's hands. That's how I see it. Control what we can control, and that's all there is to it, man.
And you guys did it.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Deontay. Have a fun next 30 hours, and hopefully plenty more to come for you and your Steelers.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Deontay Johnson, after the 71-yard touchdown that very much puts the Steelers in playoff contention with 2 critical games tomorrow that most likely decide their path. They need to hope either Jacksonville loses at Tennessee at 1 o'clock or that Buffalo loses at Miami on Sunday Night Football. It's time to select the progressive drive of the game. Devin, what comes to mind?
It's very rare that I'm going to go all the way back to the second drive of the game, but it really was. It was a 12-play, 76-yard drive, but more importantly, 7 minutes and 32 seconds. I think it was the moment in this game where Pittsburgh basically told Baltimore, we need this game, and we came here to take it away from you, and I think that set the tone for what we watched for the next 3.5 quarters of this game.
Pre-game, you said, be the bully, and on that drive, they certainly were. That's the drive of the game, sponsored by Progressive. Protect your home and auto. Save when you bundle. Get a quote today at Progressive.com. Ravens fans have largely exited. It was about half full with the rain pouring and cold weather. The number 1 seed locked up, and the Steelers sweep the Ravens with a 17-10 win in Week 18. And their path now very viable, considered about a 2/3 chance now that they make the playoffs at 10-7 with 3 straight wins. Once again, the final score at M&T Bank Stadium on the harbor side in Baltimore. Pittsburgh 17, Baltimore 10. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand, call Consolidated Credit now. If you're making the minimum payments, but your balance is just not going down, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it will take years to get out of debt, call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 5 million people. They can consolidate your debts into one lower payment, reduce your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. If you're struggling with credit card debt, call Consolidated Credit now.
Call now, 800-552-6750. That's 800-552-6750. 800-552-6750.
Consolidated Credit Counseling Services Incorporated, 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33313. Not a loan company licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Maryland DM 19, Oregon DM 80031. Licensed by Virginia State Corporation. Commission license number DC 32. Establishment of a plan may adversely affect the individual's credit rating or credit scores. Non-payment of debt may lead creditors to increase financial charges or collections activity, including litigation.
Gain the credentials and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with a degree from University of Maryland Global Campus. Our MBA and most graduate cybersecurity courses start January 10th. Apply now and save with no application fee. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with the affordability you need to put your next success within reach. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chev.
The venue set. Families coming in from all over. It's their quinceañera. With all the excitement, it may be easy to overlook COVID-19. It's still a risk, and that's why it's muy importante to get this season's COVID-19 shot ahead of time. It helps protect against COVID-19, which can cause severe illness and hospitalization. So let's set the date, vaccinate, and celebrate. Learn about a vaccine option and book this season's updated COVID-19 shot today at schedulecovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Don't miss out on limited-time appliance deals during the closeout event at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $100 when you spend $999 or more on all major appliances. Hurry, these deals are too good to last long. Shop in-store or online today, because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid 1/4 through 1/24. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for details.
What companies deserve your hard-earned dollar? Which would you want to work for? How can you know if they share your values? Just ask us. Just Capital is a nonprofit that tracks who really means business in supporting workers, customers, communities, the environment, and shareholders. We measure progress, track success, and help them be better. When you see the Just Capital seal, you know what's real, because just business is better business. Visit justcapital.com to learn who makes your dollar count.
back in Baltimore. It was precisely the knockdown dragout we anticipated on this cold and rainy night at M&T Bank Stadium. The Pittsburgh Steelers did the Baltimore Ravens 17-10. They outgained Baltimore 282 to 167 on the day, ran for 151 yards, only committed 4 penalties, and had the ball for some 41 minutes of this game. They never trailed, and Pittsburgh now has 2 very clearly viable paths into the postseason now. They win and get their job done. They move to 10-7. In doing so now, they will either need the Jacksonville Jaguars to lose at Tennessee or Buffalo to lose at Miami. With Devin McCourty, Mike Watts, this was some kind of statement by Pittsburgh. Let's think 3 weeks ago. George Pickens doesn't block. Mike Tomlin doesn't have this team going the right way. Last week it was Kenny Pickett doesn't want to be the backup, and he refuted that notion this week. Mason Rudolph comes in because Mitch Trubisky hadn't been effective. And the Steelers somehow, their 20th straight non-losing season, they win on the last day and have every chance to make the playoffs.
And what I love about doing this kind of work is we come out with these keys of the game, right? Pittsburgh was be the bully. Playmakers make plays. T.J. Watt, Highsmith, take advantage of your pass rush situations. What happened? Was Pittsburgh the bully? Sure they were. Ran the ball, you just said it, for 151 yards. Playmakers, Deontay Johnson, 71-yard touchdown. I'll take that from my playmaker. And T.J. Watt and Highsmith got after Huntley all game, making it tough for the Ravens pass game. So I think they now walk away. For one, Mike Tomlin has gotten his team to 10-7. They got outgained a good amount early part of the season. Then Rudolph comes in. It's like, well, Rudolph's coming in. This team's done, and they continue to win. So it'll be fun if we can see this Pittsburgh team get into playoffs and then see what they do, because I think the experience of Mike Tomlin, he's a motivator, he inspires this team, and they take on his attitude. I would love to see what they do in the playoffs.
The Steelers' last playoff win came in 2016. 5-1 in the division for the Steelers in the vaunted AFC North, and it's Tomlin's 19th win against Baltimore, tied with Marvin Lewis now for the most against this Baltimore franchise. All the while for Baltimore, we came in going they could get their 8th win against a winning team, and there's a lot to be said about a team that came in number 1 seed. They knew it. They had the bye week coming, and yet they hung around in this game. The conditions were suboptimal. The rain is finally slowing down a hair late. What did you make out of the Ravens? And, of course, they get to sit out next week. Westwood One doesn't. We've got every playoff game, but they get to wait till the divisional round in 19 or 20 days.
Listen, we said the number one thing for Pittsburgh coming into this game, for Baltimore coming into this game, was stay healthy. They have to check to see how Geno Stone is doing, but for the most part, it looked like they walked away healthy. So, yes, you wanted to execute better, but you're without your starting quarterback. Huntley has some good moments. Isaiah likely continues to get better and grow as a player. He had a big touchdown. So I think Baltimore now goes into, hey, we have 3 games to glory. We go win 2 games, and we're in the Super Bowl. And if we win that, we did exactly what we wanted to all the way we said in August. Let's go win a Super Bowl. Lamar Jackson has said it. That's the only thing he wants. They have everything they want right in front of them. Now it's time to execute and do it.
Yep, and here comes 2 weeks of commentary about Lamar, playoffs, quarterbacky, not quarterbacky enough. Is he going to win the MVP? We'll find out soon. It is time to select our Navy Federal Credit Union Defender of the Game. A lot of good options in this one, Dev.
Yeah, I went a little bit back and forth because T.J. Watt got hurt and Eric Rowe had a big punch-out, led the team in tackles. But it's T.J. Watt. It's the guy who now leads the league in sacks. Today, 8 tackles, 2 sacks, 3 tackles for losses. He came out and he put his stamp on the game. He didn't get to finish the game, and hopefully he's okay. But T.J. Watt continues to be the guy that you have to take care of. And for some reason, you play against Baltimore twice a year. They didn't decide to double him. They didn't take him out. And T.J. Watt had a huge game, making big play after big play in the run game and also in the pass game.
Had 8 tackles as well to go with those 2 sacks. He's our Defender of the Game, sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving the armed forces, the DOD, veterans, and their families. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. And news coming from Adam Schefter on X. TJ Watt suffered a sprained MCL, according to Schefter. It's a potential multi-week injury, but of course not as bad as potentially doing your ACL. He will undergo further testing, and of course the team is headed back to Pittsburgh with a winning mood here and every chance to make the playoffs. Devin, I enjoyed it. Enjoy your ride to the Super Bowl. You're 36 days away, partner.
I will have fun, and we had a lot of fun today. Two guys came in, love football. Rainy day, cold day, but you couldn't tell. We were nice and warm in here.
That's exactly right. And clowning got paid. It's everything we came for. Right now, let's send it back to Scott Graham at our Westwood One studios. Scott?
All right, thank you very much, guys. That, by the way, is not how Devin was talking before the game, but now that he's about to get warm again, this is what we hear. This was an interesting ball game today, and when we come back, we're going to get an opportunity to recap this game, and we're going to look ahead to what we've got coming up at the top of the hour. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Screeching brakes, safer stops, start with Duralast. New Duralast brake pads and rotors provide longer life and more stopping power when replaced together. Duralast brake pads have reduced noise and corrosion resistance with a limited lifetime warranty. Duralast rotors are designed for quiet, safe stops and meet or exceed the performance of the original rotors on your vehicle. Find Duralast only at America's #1 brake destination, AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Why do challenge flags only exist in football? Think how useful they'd be in real life. Like when you're positive it's not your turn to walk the dog. Challenge flag. The neighbor's kid says it wasn't their ball that dented your car door. Challenge flag. Your friend paid you back, but you definitely don't remember that? Boom. Challenge flag. Imagine settling a disagreement with an instant replay. Why isn't the world like that? I guess it's because it's technically impossible. You know one thing no one would ever challenge? Protecting your home and auto with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Selling online is a lot like football. You need guts. You need stamina. You need conversion. And Shopify is the best converting checkout on the planet. Now, we're not just talking 2-point conversions. Shopify's checkout converts up to 36% better than other leading e-commerce platforms. So whether you're just starting out or scaling up, score more sales with Shopify. Start your $1-a-month trial today at shopify.com/touchdown.
New year, new me was going to be my 2024 shopping mantra until I realized how expensive that mantra was. Luckily, Kohl's is having their biggest clearance event of the season, and I saved up to 70% on so many great finds, like a warm fleece, cozy PJs, cute jeans, gorgeous dresses, and so much more. So don't wait. Hurry and get your new look for low prices in a limited time. Get to Kohl's. Select styles, up to 70% offer ends January 21st. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hey everyone, gather round. It's time for corny jokes about passing the torch.
The team at Kirian's Welding was fused together solid.
Thanks for all the late nights and early shifts.
But double retirements mean the crew must bond with some certified new hires.
You've both gone the extra millimeter.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do.
Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The NFL and its players and teams are committed to advancing social justice through work that reduces barriers to opportunity and creates progress in police-community relations, criminal justice reform, education, and economic advancement. The NFL family works to highlight efforts across the league to inspire change in our communities and make progress on these issues. To learn more, visit NFL.com/inspirechange.
Welcome back to the post-game show. Scott Graham with you here on Westwood One. Steelers and the Ravens. Interesting matchup between two bitter rivals going against each other. Now, the Ravens coming into this game had nothing to play for. Already the #1 seed in the AFC. The Steelers, of course, with everything to play for, although there was a weird scenario in which they could lose this game and potentially find out by the end of the day tomorrow that they were still in the playoffs. That's not what they were after on a cold and rainy day in Baltimore, and they knew they were going to have to take care of the football, and they were going to have to run the ball effectively, which is what they do. This was a scoreless game in the first quarter. The Steelers got their second offensive possession. They took over at their own 24-yard line, and they went on a 12-play, 7.5-minute march, 10 of those plays coming on the ground. On a cold, wet day in Baltimore, exactly the right recipe. And they gave it to the guy who's been red hot late in the season to get it over the goal line.
Two receivers to the left, a tight and the wide receiver on the right. Catching the snap, handoff, Harris, he runs toward the goal line, he's hit, he dives, he's in for a Steeler touchdown. It is a 12-play trudge down the field. Van Noy had his shot inside the 5-yard line, but Harris takes the contact and torpedoes into the end zone. And the Steelers lead the Ravens 6-0 with 2:36 to play in the first.
Chris Boswell hit on the extra point, a 7-0 lead for Pittsburgh, and it looked like that lead might end up holding up right on through till halftime because the Ravens, A, weren't getting the ball very often, and B, when they did, weren't moving the ball very much. They had a handful of first downs in the first half, but late in the second quarter, they did get a couple of big plays on a 6-play, 71-yard drive. And just in front of the 2-minute warning, Tyler Huntley found a guy who's become a big factor late in the season for the Ravens to knot the game.
Huntley catches the ball, pocket collapses, throw to the right, caught at the 10, breaking a tackle, 5, leading to the end zone, likely, touchdown! Touchdown, Baltimore! Caught it at the 10, he shrugged off the first challenge at the 10, inside the 5, and climbs the ladder over the goal line. And the Ravens are a point after from tying the game with 2:19 to play in the first half.
That's what it was, a tie game at halftime at 7 apiece. It was in the third quarter as well, when something that did not affect the score of the game but could affect the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers happened on the field. As we find out now, maybe not as bad as it first looked.
Huntley, play action, steps back, he's flushed, rolls right, he looks, throws a middle, caught shy of midfield, and then dropping down immediately as the tackle came in from the side. Nelson Aguilar made his first catch. There is an injured Steeler down at the 32-yard line. That is T.J. Watt. He is pounding the ground over and over again, and a number of Steelers just drop to a knee around him as the training staff checks in on a player that has accumulated 19 sacks, most in the league, and he's grabbing his left leg.
It came as a part of an accidental back-to-back collision. Watt left the game and did not return, and if you just missed it a little bit earlier, reports from the ESPN broadcast right now are saying that the Steelers believe that this is a grade 3 MCL sprain, which under normal circumstances would be a multiple-week injury. You know that if the Steelers are playing in the postseason next week, that there's going to be every attempt to get T.J. Watt back in there. Still a 7-7 game as we started the fourth quarter, but on the very first play of the fourth quarter, in a game that seemed to be stuck in neutral offensively, the Steelers hit big.
Snap back, Cam Rudolph guns it over the middle, that's caught at midfield, wide open, Deontay Johnson running down the hash mark, 10, 5, touchdown, 71 yards, and the Steelers' playoff hopes very much alive. And the first play of the fourth quarter, a 71-yard pitching catch. The last 50 all on the ground. Steelers 13, Ravens 7.
Huge play in a huge spot. And when the Ravens tried to figure out a way to get back into this thing, remember what we told you about the wet and rainy and cold conditions? That meant ball security was at a premium. As it turned out, it was a big-time premium for Baltimore.
Huntley, handoff again over the right-hand side. Edwards continues, ball's out. Steelers jumping for it. They have it. The Steelers force another turnover. Keanu Benton is on top of it at the 31-yard line.
What that meant was that the Steelers could kill clock, and they killed more than 4 minutes of it before Chris Boswell hit a 25-yard field goal at the 3:13 mark. That was basically your ball game. Justin Tucker hit on a 36-yarder with 16 seconds to go, but the Ravens couldn't recover the onside kick. The Steelers win it by a score of 17-10. They get the victory. They now wait to find out what happens tomorrow in two different scenarios. Jacksonville or Buffalo loses, and the Steelers are in the playoffs. We got a lot more to do, though. We got a second game coming, and this one is do or die. We'll take a look ahead to what we have got coming in Game 2 between Houston and Indianapolis in just a moment. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Now, during Staples Print Big Sale, get $20 off your print purchase of $100 or more, $50 off your print purchase of $200 or more, and $100 off your print purchase of $300 or more. So the more you print at Staples, the more you save. To demonstrate, print at Staples, you save. But if you print at Staples, you save. See how that works? Staples Print Big Sale. Print more, save more, up to $100. Ends 2/10. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Oh, not this song again.
Hello, Sarah. Real quick, if you had to choose, would you listen to elevator music all day or deal with payroll compliance?
Oh, payroll compliance for sure.
Wait, really?
Staying compliant is so much easier with Gusto. Gusto automatically calculates my taxes and files with all the right agencies for me.
That actually sounds great.
Hold up. Can Gusto help my small business with compliance too?
Of course they can.
Choose payroll compliance without the ups and downs. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to the postgame show. The Pittsburgh Steelers 17-10 winners over the Baltimore Ravens. Game 2 to follow here in just a couple of moments from Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis. Houston Texans and the Indianapolis Colts play a game where the winner is in the playoffs. The loser is out of the playoffs, a de facto playoff game. That probably seemed like a dream for the Houston Texans picking number 2 in the draft last year, but under the new head coach, D'Amico Ryans, they got themselves a quarterback in C.J. Stroud. They also got themselves a defense, and I asked D'Amico this week, what made this defense so much better?
A relentless mindset. That's the first thing, right? And it starts with our defensive line. I truly believe in everything starts with the front, and the defense goes as the D-line goes. So for us, our guys up front have really set the tone. You throw in some good players in the back end. Those guys have been able to, really play together and play fast. They have fun playing together, and it's fun to watch the guys grow. It's fun for me to sit back and watch them truly make plays and have fun playing football.
Indianapolis Colts, on the other hand, lost their starting quarterback early in the year. Gardner Minshew has stepped up big, and the Colts have been one of the best teams in the NFL over the course of the last 8 weeks of the season. Zaire Franklin is a guy who has set a tackling record in Colts history 2 years in a row now. I remember last year when they changed head coaches, Jeff Saturday came in. That was a completely different feel. At least that's what I thought. I asked him how different this year is from last year at this time.
To be honest, night and day. Been in this league long enough to really appreciate when it's the last game of the season and you're fighting for something. It's a privilege to have everything on the line. Last year when you plan and, you really get into the off season and the fans are talking about draft position, it's just never a good spot to be in. So I'm just thankful to be in this position and looking forward to taking advantage of it.
When you go through a full season, there's going to be ups and downs for a defensive unit. How is it that you work your way through those valleys when they're there to get yourself back to where you want to be?
Well, I think whether you're facing success or adversity, I think it's just being honest with each other. I think there was times where, we were winning games and making plays, and we were still being honest with each other about the things that we still needed to work at. You need that type of culture in the defensive room because there's going to be times where you're not playing good ball. And I remember after we played New Orleans and gave them a bunch of points and got a bunch of yards, we kind of all looked at each other and realized that's not the type of unit we wanted to be. But we just kind of stuck together, continue to hold each other accountable, continue to try to be better for each other. And I think that's allowed us to play better ball, at the end of this year.
The fact that you lost your quarterback and Gardner steps in and plays the way he does this year, I mean, you're not here without it, but tell me a little bit about why he's been so successful.
I just think it's just preparation. I think, Gardner, he's a guy, who's played a lot of ball in this league and knows what it's like to win the job, knows what it's like to lose the job. He was just looking forward to that opportunity, and I think he consistently prepared like a starter even when he was, just trying to help and assist Anthony. And I think, when you always approaching the game like you're going to play every snap, you're always going to be in a position to do so. I think since he's been in, he's been a guy that everybody can rally behind and a guy that we can believe in, and he's done a great job for us this year.
When you face an opponent that you know a little bit about, you've seen already, what do you start looking for that you're going to see in Week 18 that you may or may not have seen the first time around?
Well, look, this is a playoff game. Nobody's got tomorrow guaranteed, so when it comes to that, you got to be prepared for everything. Definitely just knowing they're going to have some wrinkles in, knowing that we're going to have some wrinkles in. That's just the nature of the game. But, obviously playing against a young quarterback as talented as CJ, it's been, interesting to see his growth throughout the year. He's been playing great. And, I noticed even when we played him early on in week 2. So, knowing that he's not the same young pup that we played early on, he's got some battle wounds and, be ready to attack us from the holes that he sees.
How important is it when you think about everything that you guys have been through over the course of the last couple of years that you're playing a game that's this big, that's this important, and you're getting the opportunity to do it in front of the home crowd?
Man. I just think our fans, they had their fair share of hard times, over the last, 10 years or so. And it's what they deserve. They supported us through all the highs and lows. Lucas Oil was never empty. They always cheering for us. They always got our back, even in the darkest of times. So just for us to be able to have this moment right now for the city, us playing great ball, Pacers playing great ball, I think it's just that time that we put Naptown on the map.
Through the Indiana Pacers in there as well. Tell you what, this is not just a game for a playoff spot. This actually is a prize plus another one potentially at the end. The team that wins this game is in. Then they get to sit home tomorrow and root for the Tennessee Titans against the Jacksonville Jaguars, because if Tennessee were to win that game and continue the woes of Jacksonville, then the team that wins this game tonight would be the division champion. In other words, they would end up being a seed that gets a home game upcoming in the playoffs. You can't overstate how important this next one is, coming up in just moments here on Westwood One. As for the first game, our final score, Pittsburgh 17, Baltimore 10. You've been listening to the NFL on Westwood One. Today's broadcast has been sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Wendy's, by Shopify, by AutoZone, by NFL.com, and by BetMGM, the official odds provider for Westwood One. Please gamble responsibly. I want to thank our crew for this afternoon. Studio coordinator Art Martinez, studio producer Brian Finkelstein, production assistance provided by Dan Silverman, Michael Garland, and Josh Halpern. Our statistician, Brett Bessel. Our spotter, Mark Schweikowski. Our engineer, Sam Virgillo. Production supervisor, Aaron Cummins. Coordinating producer, Mike Eby. The executive producer of Westwood One Sports is Howard Deneroff. Stay tuned. We've got Game 2 of our special Saturday NFL doubleheader here on Westwood One. Coming up next, the Houston Texans and the Indianapolis Colts battling for a playoff spot in the AFC. Bill Rosinski and Derek Rackley standing by at Lucas Oil Stadium to bring you all the action. Then tomorrow night, it's the regular season finale when the Buffalo Bills meet the Miami Dolphins to decide the AFC East title on Sunday Night Football. Ryan Ratke and Mike Golick will have all the action beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time on most of these same stations on the NFL app or streamed live for free on our website, westwoodonesports.com. Once again, our final score for Baltimore, the Pittsburgh Steelers stay alive for a playoff spot, and they'll watch scores tomorrow. They beat the Baltimore Ravens 17-10. Now for Mike Watts and for Devin McCourty, I'm Scott Graham. Thanks for joining us. You've been listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The following is a presentation of Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One.
He thinks, he turns, he dives! It is a touchdown! It is a touchdown!
Tonight, it's the Houston Texans.
On first and goal, Stroud gets the snap. CJ looking, scrambling forward. CJ on the run across the 5. He's in! Touchdown, CJ Stroud!
The time is now. It's not next year. It's not the year after that. It's right now. We had the opportunity to control our own destiny, so I'm excited to do that.
Indianapolis Colts.
Pitch to Taylor, trying to turn the near corner, stretching it out. He'll score! Touchdown, Colts! John Jonathan Taylor from a yard out.
It's kind of been like that the past few weeks, as long as we continue to, win games, we'll continue to control our own destiny. So nothing different here except this is the one, it got to the point where, it's win and get in.
Now, let's head to the stadium and join Bill Rosinski and Derek Rackley.
We welcome you to Lucas Oil Stadium for part 2 of our special Saturday NFL doubleheader as the 9-7 Indianapolis Colts host the 9-7 Houston Texans with a playoff spot on the line. Tonight's broadcast of the National Football League on Westwood One, sponsored by AutoZone, by Crest Toothpaste, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by BetMGM, by Navy Federal Credit Union, and by NFL.com. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Game 2 of our special Saturday NFL doubleheader here on Westwood One. In Game 1, the Pittsburgh Steelers defeated the Baltimore Ravens 17-10. More on that later, but right now it's time for the Texans and the Colts. Along with Derek Rackley, I'm Bill Rosinski. Scott Graham will join us shortly from our Westwood One studios. Well, the math is not fuzzy at all for these two teams. The winner of this game gets a spot in the AFC playoffs. The loser is done. Now, back in September, Derek Rackley, not a lot expected from these two teams. They hired new head coaches. They drafted quarterbacks that would start. How in the world did they get to this point?
Well, you mentioned it, Bill. They got two head coaches that came from successful organizations. Shane Steichen came over from Philadelphia. DeMeco Ryans comes from San Francisco. They drafted quarterbacks. They went all in on that position. Of course, the Houston Texans getting C.J. Stroud, number 2 overall. The Colts taking Anthony Richardson, number 4 overall. Anthony Richardson showed some flashes early on, but unfortunately was bit by the injury bug, and he was placed on injured reserve. In comes a guy named Gardner Minshew, a guy that Shane Steichen had some familiarity when he was in Philadelphia. And Gardner Minshew is a guy that they feel comfortable with. They feel like they can win football games with him. Oddly enough, Bill, both of these teams have dealt with a slew of injuries and still find themselves with winning records and a chance to punch their ticket into the postseason.
Now, these two teams played earlier in the season. In fact, it was week 2 when the Colts won it 31-20. What can these players and the coaches take from that game, if anything, into tonight?
Yeah, I was going to say very little. They can watch some of the players that they faced. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of players that are going to be different than what they showed on film back in week 2. But they can see a little bit of tendencies, like certain players that are going to be playing. What do they like to do? What chances do they like to take? What coverages do these coordinators like to play on each side of the ball? So those are some of the things that they can take away. But outside of that, look at a guy like C.J. Stroud. He's a completely different player at this point in the season than he was back in week 2.
Let's check the weather report sponsored by Prize Picks. Make this game even more exciting with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Sign up now and make your picks right up to the 4th quarter. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions. Right now, outside 35 chilly degrees, but we are inside Lucas Oil Stadium. Roof is closed. It's 72 degrees. Should be a good one. Game 2 of our Saturday special doubleheader between the Texans and the Colts coming up. When we return, Scott Graham joins us from our Westwood One studios and previews our matchup. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Chris Brockman here from The Rich Eisen Show. And do you want even more excitement on game day? Yeah, you do. It's time to get on Prize Picks, the best way to win big on fantasy sports. Here's how it works. You pick 2 to 6 players. You choose more or less on their stats. If you get them right, you can win up to 25 times your cash. It's quick and it's easy to make your picks with fast and safe deposits and withdrawals. Prize Picks is the place to play. Prize Picks has awesome weekly promotions, and they're the only daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game even if one of your players goes down. Watch your entry update in real time and continue the fun by making picks on the second half and 4th quarter stats. And right now, when you go to prizepicks.com/primetime, use code PRIMETIME for a 100% deposit match. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more details.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios as we get you ready for the Houston Texans and Indianapolis Colts in what is basically a playoff game during the regular season. here in Week 18. You know about it now. The team that wins this game goes to the playoffs and actually has an opportunity potentially to win the division title if Jacksonville were to lose tomorrow. But you're talking about a Houston Texans team that picked number 2 in the draft this year. This is a team that probably not a lot of folks thought were going to be in a situation like this one right now. Most everybody is surprised, except, of course, their head coach, DeMeco Ryans.
You know, it's been really cool to see just all of the ups and downs throughout the season. For us to be in this position and being able to have a young team and being able to grow and learn a lot throughout the season, a lot of valuable lessons that we've learned. We truly learned how to win. So I'm very proud of where we are, and we're right where we're supposed to be.
Where they are right now is behind a rookie quarterback in C.J. Stroud, who was that number 2 overall pick. He's only 156 yards away right now from a 4,000-yard passing season. He's thrown 21 touchdown passes and only 5 interceptions on the year. This despite missing a couple of games in the concussion protocol. He remembers back to Week 2 when Indy came in and beat Houston 31-20, but he knows that his team right now is not the same.
I think I've grown a lot in a lot of different places. Our team has grown as a whole. I think we've put a multitude of games together to make our team really kind of stick like glue. Like we've come into a great situation of now we're starting to pick up our chemistry better than ever. So it's like night and day from Week 2 to now.
They get an opportunity right now to do something that many people thought they would not reach in their first year as a group of young players. On the other side, you've got an Indianapolis Colts team that, as we said, lost their starting quarterback early in the season. What does that mean overall? Well, it means you got to figure out a way to come up with something. Shane Steichen, in his first year as a NFL head coach, is probably also right there for Coach of the Year with DeMeco Ryans. What he did was he turned it over to Gardner Minshew. Minshew's thrown for 3,100 yards and 15 touchdowns and figured out a way to win ball games, and he certainly has his head coach's respect.
He's got great energy about him. I think that's a big thing. He's always upbeat. Like I said, he always gives us a chance to win, and that's what you want in your quarterback. Every time you step out, the players have belief in him, coaches have belief in him, and I think that's where it starts. And when you go out and execute like he's been doing, it's been awesome to see, and just very thankful that he's on this football team.
What a fun game in prime time in Week 18 on a Saturday night. Still to come, we'll take a look back at what happened in Game 1 of our doubleheader. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
When my daughter gets a cold, I have a secret weapon. Dayquil Kids Berry from Vicks. Dayquil Kids is specially formulated to treat kids' most bothersome cold and cough symptoms quickly. And the best part is that Dayquil Kids Berry tastes really great. Aren't you supposed to be resting? Maybe.
Dayquil Kids Berry. The kids' berry-licious daytime congestion, coughing, stuffy head, stuffy nose, just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive.
Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and going deep for another slice of pizza.
I sure hope he brought the Pepto.
Mike knows the Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. He's no rookie.
The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's a GOAT.
Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Rudolph ducks it over the middle, that's caught at midfield, wide open. Deontay Johnson running down the hash mark. 10, 5, touchdown. fourth quarter, a 71-yard pitching catch. The last 50 all on the ground. Steelers 13, Ravens 7.
Mike Watts here on Westwood 1, and that first play of the fourth quarter turned out to be the game winner. Steelers took the lead for good. They win 17-10. They are alive now for a playoff spot, and they'll watch the scoreboard tomorrow. These two teams are going to, or at least one of them is going to, and this one is done as well. We come back. We will go back to Lucas Oil Stadium, rejoin Bill Rosinski and Derek Rackley for the keys to the game. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood 1.
Wager at BetMGM to earn BetMGM rewards points that can be redeemed for online credits. You can also redeem your points at MGM resorts nationwide. Play, earn, and enjoy with BetMGM rewards. Please gamble responsibly. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. New and existing customer offer. All promotions subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets. Bonus bets expire in 7 days from issuance. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. Visit the BetMGM GameSense website at mgmresorts.com/GameSense for information on setting limits, guidance on odds and probability, and resources for problem gambling support. Plus, you can learn strategies and get tips on how to gamble more responsibly, discover the symptoms of problem gambling, and find out whom to call if you need help anytime, anywhere. Stay safe and have fun with BetMGM and GameSense. Please gamble responsibly.
Now, during Staples Print Big Sale, get $20 off your print purchase of $100 or more, $50 off your print purchase of $200 or more, and $100 off your print purchase of $300 or more. So the more you print at Staples, the more you save. To demonstrate, print at Staples, you save. But if you